motion?
What are you going to do about it? The issue is, interestingly though, on area. And then another follower on Twitter, Zandile, says substance abuse is the main issue we use.
Move at the next sitting of
that
this
are
House
fundamentally
that the House
violent,
the current alleged ability of financial institutions to collude at a premium cost to bulk buyers of our ZAR's currency, the manner in which such practices are conducted, the financial institutions implicated in this issue, and the manner and means available to prevent such collusion activity from continuing in the future. I thank you.
Thank you. Any other notice of a motion? At the back, AGA.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that in its next sitting, this House debates how women empowerment can effectively combat poverty and stimulate development that is truly sustainable.
DA.
Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the tragic death of several patients at the Letaba Hospital in Limpopo due to load shedding and ways of ensuring that patients across the country are safe from incidents such as this. I thank you.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. I hereby give notice that I shall move on behalf of the IFP that this House debates the need for an immediate review of the medical parole of convicted fraudster Shabir Sheikh, as his alleged recent utterances and behaviour points to the fact that he's seemingly no longer ill. I so move.
Thank you. Honourable members, there is a noise. Unbearable. We can't hear one another. Please, we are now in session. EFF.
Honourable House Chair, I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move that the House in its next sitting debates the claim that the government's Operation Fiela is a state-sponsored xenophobic against the African nationals.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move that this House in its next sitting debates incentives and programs to shift jobs and investments towards the dense township on the urban edge. I so move.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Noting that Education Department officials investigating matric exam cheating in KwaZulu-Natal have been attacked during violent protests by pupils. I therefore, on behalf of the ICASA Freedom Party, that at the needs of the House debates the need to fast-track this investigation into the 2014 group cheating allegations to curb further violence and to bring this matter to a logical conclusion. I thank you.
Thank you. ACGP, Honorable the Reverend Mishwe.
Thank you, House Chair. I give notice that I shall move on behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party that the House debates the results of the Global Peace Index that revealed that violent crime and protests in South Africa have increased, resulting in South Africa sliding down 14 places on the index of 162 countries from 122 in 2014 to 136 this year. I thank you.
Thank you. EFF.
Honorable House Chair, I rise on behalf of the EFF to move that in its next sitting, the House debates strengthening the security of tenure on rural inhabitants to ensure that women are not easily chased off the land when their husbands die, and to ensure that rural people who do not have title to the land can access government support when they want to farm. I so move.
Thank you. NFP.
Chairperson, at the next sitting of this House, I shall move on behalf of the NFP that this House debates lack of service delivery at Mount Fletcher, particularly at a place called Tsitsane, where there is no water, electricity, bridges, no roads. I so move.
Thank you. ACGP.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party, I give notice that I shall move that the House debates the successes and failures of provision of early childhood development in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates create incentive that encourages a culture of individual saving for risk and loss of income due to old age, illness, injury, or loss of work for workers in both the formal and informal sector. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. IFP.
Honorable House Chair, on behalf of the ICASA Freedom Party, I shall move at the next sitting of this House that the House debate the generally poor state of roads in South Africa. That due to such disrepair, the high frequency of fatal accidents that occur on these roads, and the immediate steps that can be taken to ensure that the greater safety of road users in general in South Africa. I so move.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting in the House debates ways to sustain campaigns against racism, sexism, homophobia, and xenophobia.
Thank you. GA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House A debates the need for a coherent cybersecurity strategy to be developed through collaboration between state entities, commercial and industrial stakeholders, human rights activists and other interested citizen-based organizations, and B, the need for public participation in drafting and processing all legislation and national and international agreements designed to protect the online rights of citizens to privacy and freedom of speech and association, and government and private sector and all citizens from cyber attack and surveillance.
Thank you. EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move that in its next sitting, the House debates the provision of mobile clinics fully resolved with accessible and affordable medication to all villages in South Africa that will function 24 hours, 7 days a week.
IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the ICASA Freedom Party, I shall move at the next sitting of this House that the House debates the progress made and challenges still to be met in ensuring that all of our hospitals have access to clean water, sanitation and energy, thus doing everything possible to stem the tide of preventable deaths. Thank you.
Thank you. GA.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House at its next sitting debates the role of restorative justice with particular focus on social justice as a constitutional imperative for achieving redress and reconciliation and realizing a society of freedom, fairness and opportunity for all. Thank you.
Thank you. UGM.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that at its next sitting, the House debates improved coordination and management of small business development initiatives in South Africa. So moved. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of notices of motion. We now come to motions without notice. Are there any motions without notice? NFP.
Honorable Chairperson, I move without notice on behalf of the National Freedom Party that this Honorable House notes that on the evening of 17th of June 2015, a lone gunman opened fire on people in the Emmanuel African Methodist Church in Charleston, South Carolina, a state in the United States of America. Further notes that the church is one of the United States' oldest black churches and has long been a site for community organization around civil rights. Further notes that 9 people were killed, including the senior pastor, Clementa C. Pinckney, which was also a state senator. Also notes that the suspect, 21-year-old Dylan Roof, has been arrested. Finally notes that the United States Department of Justice investigating that possibility that the shooting was a racial-inspired hate crime. Wherefore, we call upon this Honorable House to convey its condolences to the grieving families of the people in Charleston who were gunned down in cold blood. Convey its condolences to the government of the United States of America on the loss of its senator. I so move. Thank you.
Honorable Chair.
Okay, Honorable Member.
I would like to make just an amendment to it, just add on to it, because we got a similar motion to it, to the one of NFF.
On a point of order, Chair.
Let me listen to the point of order first.
Nakhe ngabizi kahle NFP umhlonishwa lapha emuva. Oh. Oh, sihlalo umhlonishwa lapha ngaphesheya kufanele ukuthi NFP.
Okay.
The motion that was read by the NFP was not circulated.
So should I allow him? Should I allow him?
And then don't put it before the House.
Honorable members, thank you, ma'am. Just let me just make this. Honorable members, by agreement of this Parliament, motions that have not been circulated may not be read in the House. And I've got a list here, and that motion is not on the list. So I'm not going to put the question on it because I'm not sure which motions you'll be raising. I will allow you to read them, but if it's not on the list, I won't put it to the question. Can we agree on that? Thank you very much. So I'm not putting that motion on the
point of order. Point of order.
Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam House Chair, the rules and the conventions say that it's a guideline to circulate. So you can't actually, if the motion's been read in the House, you have to put the question. If the ANC want to object to it, they can object to it and then move their motion. But if the motion is read in the House, it must be put.
So we don't regard the conventions in this House. Okay, it's fine. I will deal with it. I will deal with it as it comes. Thank you very much. I have the next. Let me put the motion. Honorable Kubisa. is that a point of order, or are you coming with a motion?
No,
I want to resolve this problem of...
Yes, Chair. I thought that you're saying you're putting the question.
No, I was saying, according to the convention of the House, motions that have not been circulated, we cannot put a question to. Now, there is a point of order by Honorable Steenhuisen saying that if the motion has not been circulated, it is allowed to be read, put on a question, and then those who object can object. Chief Whip of the ANC on this matter.
The agreements we have reached collectively on this matter before prescribe that we circulate. What would then that agreement mean if we no longer circulate and it's an optional thing? Because we had a huge struggle with the AFF on the same matter, and the agreement was that every one of us must circulate. Now, how can the Honorable Chief Whip of the DA suggest that we wipe out all that agreement and start a new process simply because they prefer that route? It cannot be right.
The guidelines are clear, which are adopted by
Thank you very much. I think I have to make a ruling on this before we continue. Honorable members, the agreement was in the House on the 24th of October 2014. Motions that have not been submitted for circulation may not be read in the House. Honorable members, that is the agreement that was made in this House. And as we continue, no, I mean, I did not know what she was going to read. That's why I allowed it. So now, what I am saying is that the table staff will assist me with the motions that were not circulated. I will call for you because I don't know which one you're going to raise, whether it was circulated or not. But the last thing that I won't do is to put the question if that motion was not circulated. I won't put the question. Thank you very much. Let's continue. I'm sorry I lost the hands that I have. I had NFP, I have EFF, and then GA follows. EFF is your chance.
On a point of order, Chair. Chair, I need to get clarity. What happens then if people read the motion? It can't just fall away because you said it wasn't read. Someone then have to stand up. Chair, I need to get
It's going to fall away, madam.
But are you just going to say from the chair it's going to fall away?
I'm not even going to put the question. I'll just inform you that that motion was not circulated. So the results are that I won't put the question. Okay, EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. EFF rises to move without notice that the House notes the racist massacre of the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church members in Charleston, South Carolina, in the United States of America. Note the EFF sends its revolutionary condolences to families and friends of the African Americans who have been massacred in what should be unequivocally described as an anti-black racist killing. Note that African American community in the United States of America has been under racist attacks by the policing system, which continues to treat them as sub-citizens without full protection of the law. Further note, black people under the US criminal system, purely because of the color of their skin, are permanent crime suspects whom the police harass and kill with impunity. Condemns the US law enforcement for failing to protect its citizens, in particular African Americans, because of the color of their skin. Reaffirms the call for the unconditional removal of apartheid and colonial statues because, like the South African apartheid flag, which the killer was wearing, they continue to inspire white supremacy. Call for all statues celebrating colonialist and apartheid leaders be removed by the end of July 2015, because these symbols provide the basis for white people everywhere in the world to continue to think that they are superior and untouchable. I so move.
That motion, unfortunately, was not circulated. This is the list I have. It's not there. And maybe I should be advised if there was something that happened, because the agreement on these documents I have is that the motion should be circulated by midday.
Honorable Chairperson, we have circulated all our motions today, including the Charleston shooting motion. We have circulated. Please, can the table staff get their act, because we have circulated.
Oh, this is becoming worse. I am told by the table staff that they received not even one motion from the EFF.
Honorable Chair, we have circulated. We can demonstrate it. We have circulated all our motions.
Can we be honest, people, so that we move on?
We have circulated, Honorable Chairperson. Can
And
other
before-
whips please attest to us, because we have circulated these motions, all of them.
I would like the table staff to go and check and inform me, because according to this document, there is no motion that was circulated from the EFF. But as they are checking on that, I will allow the EFF to read their motions, although I will use the same principle and not put the question. Thank you. The next person to raise a motion is the DA. Okay.
House Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House notes that yesterday, 22nd June 2015, a suicide bomber attacked the Afghan parliament in Kabul while the House was in sitting. Also notes that as members of the House were frantically running for safety, several gunmen opened fire on the parliamentary building. Further notes that a spokesperson of the Taliban, Zabihullah Mujahid, was quick to claim responsibility for the vicious attack. Acknowledges that reports suggest that at least 19 people were severely injured in the attack. Vehemently condemns any and all forms of terrorism, violence, and barbaric attacks on any innocent person or institution of democracy. Conveys our sincere condolences and message of unwavering support during this difficult time to the Speaker of the Afghan Parliament, Mr. Mohammed Yunus Qanuni.
The DA has moved a motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. Next is the ANC.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I move on behalf of the ANC that the House notes with great shock the killing of 9 people by a white gunman at a historic African-American church in Charleston, South Carolina, in the United States on Wednesday, the 17th June, 2015. 2, further notes that the fatal attack in the church in Charleston, South Carolina, is characterized as hate crime, which United States Department of Justice defines as the violence of intolerance and bigotry intended to hurt and intimidate someone because of their race, ethnicity, national origin, religion, sexual orientation, or disability. 3, recalls that the shooting is the reminder of the 1963 bombing of an African-American church in Birmingham, Alabama, that killed 4 girls and galvanized the civil rights movement of the 1960s. 4, further recalls that the attack also follows the April shooting of an unarmed black man in the neighboring North Charleston by the white police officer, and one of the number of deaths of unarmed black men in encounters with the police that have raised racial tensions in the United States. 5, believes that hate crimes should be condemned by all people of the world and should in unison unite in an action to combat this crime beyond communities under the threat of this crime. 6, commends United States law enforcement agencies for swiftly apprehending the suspect who did this horrendous crime and bring him to book. And 7, convey condolences to the families of the deceased, the people of South Carolina, and the United States. I thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. UDM?
Thank you, Chairperson. I move without notice on behalf of United Democratic Movement that the House notes that 2 Mpumalanga siblings who were trafficked to Malawi more than a year ago are expected to be reunited with their grandmother this week, ending their terrible ordeal. Further notes that the siblings, an aged girl of 14 and her brother aged 20, were taken from their home in Komatipoort in July last year by a woman posing as a teacher who promised them a better education and a better life in the United Kingdom. Commends the Interpol and the specialist team from the Department of Social Development, International Social Services, for their efforts in bringing the children back home. And lastly, condemn human trafficking as innocent children are being physically abused and exploited. I so move.
Thank you. Do you have any objection to the motion? None. The motion is agreed to. IFP?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the IFP that the House recognizes that Sunday, 21st June 2015, marked the first International Day of Yoga, acknowledges that United Nations declared June 21 the International Day of Yoga after adopting a resolution proposed by the Government of India, further acknowledges that yoga is a compendium of postures aimed at providing practitioners with the substantive benefits of health, fitness and peace of mind, applauds the fine example and leadership set by Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi MP, Mr. Loganathan Naidu, Speaker of eThekwini, and many other leaders in acknowledging the importance and benefits of a healthy body and healthy mind, and for participating in one of this worldwide events, mass yoga sessions, which was held at North Beach in Durban, and calls upon all members of Parliament, party and support staff to engage and participate in exercise and health-related activities in the interests of being better able to serve the people of South Africa. I so move.
I put the motion. Any objection? No objections. Agreed to. GA?
Honorable Chair, before we proceed, I'm hoping that there's been a correction about the earlier misunderstanding, so that then procedurally our motion can be put as the House dictates.
I was just waiting for the report. No, thank you, honorable members. I got the reports on the circulation of motions, and the understanding is that they were sent to a staff member, and actually it should be sent to different parties. But now the advice is that to allow the smooth sailing of the House, I will put them to the motion, and please rectify that mistake. All parties, it's not only the EFF, all parties have made a mistake. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes.
House Chair, then you're going to have to give the NFP an opportunity to put
Yes,
their
I will
motion
do
again.
that. I will do that. All those that I did not put to the House, I will do that.
House Chair, we'll have to hear those motions again because of thinking they weren't going through, we didn't necessarily object. Thank you.
I will do that. I will do that. Honorable Singh?
And House Chairperson, we trust that this is an exception rather than the rule.
Yes,
Thank you.
of course it is. Of course it is. Can I allow, I was calling for the DA, we just did the motion from the DA, and I put it to the House. Yes, I did. The next one is the EFF.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to move without notice that the House notes that Economic Freedom Fighters in the Eastern Cape is intensifying its efforts to ensure that this revolutionary movement is grounded and is driven by the will of the people. Further notes that over the past weekend, the EFF held the regional people's assemblies in 4 regions, at Buffalo City, OR Tambo, Jogabi, and Alfredo, attended by hundreds of elected branch members who went on to elect regional leaders, who will ensure further growth development of the EFF. Further acknowledge that there is no force alive today that can stop this incoming revolution in the Eastern Cape, as the EFF will be launching 2 further regions in Itsatadu and Amatole region, which will be followed by a provincial people's assembly that will elect a leadership collectively that will take over the reins of power from the ANC in the next provincial and national elections. Further acknowledge that the people of Eastern Cape finally have alternative that will free from the tentacles.
Honorable Maxson, can we allow the Honorable Ollis to make the order?
Chairperson, on a point of order, can you please clarify, are we now doing statements? Because that clearly is a statement. If
This is not a statement. This is a motion without notice. Let me just conclude, Chair. Further acknowledge that the people of Eastern Cape finally have an alternative that will free them from the tentacles of ANC corruption and marginalization, as the new regional leaders will ensure that corrupt mayors, such as Zuki Swancita of the Buffalo City, who was removed quietly by the ANC, whereby a tender box was a source of conflict between the mayor and the MM. Congratulates the new leadership of the Buffalo City and OR Tambo region, wishes the Tsatadu and Amatole region very successful launches. Further congratulates the visionary leadership of the CIC, Julius Malema, who has worked tirelessly to inspire hundreds of thousands of people who had lost hope to find a reason to hope for a better tomorrow that will be ushered by the FF. I so
point
move.
of order.
Honorable.
On a point of order, Chairperson, that is not a motion. A motion is a matter for debate. That is a long statement about a party's program of action.
Chairperson, Chairperson, just quickly to address you that in the Chief Whips Forum, we agreed in principle that there is no member of parliament who is going to try to edit the contents of our motions without notice.
Thank you.
If they object to that, they can stand up and object to that particular process.
Point
so
made.
the disruptions of this gentleman
No, Honorable Mashibambo, your point is made. Please sit. Honorable Ollis, these are motions without notice. So allow the parties to make motions without notice. Thank you very much. I now put the
point
question.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order. I'm here. Here. ANC. Chairperson,
that point of order remains a point of order because this is not a motion. This is a statement. If we have to then also do the same and make statements not according to the rules, let us also know that's how we're supposed to operate. That is not a motion.
Honorable members,
Honorable Chair.
before you come in, thank you, Honorable.
No, just before you make a ruling, Chair. You have made a ruling on this matter. And they are supposed to be the people who help you to run this house. And she comes and challenges you, setting a precedent which she will not sustain.
Thank you.
So I think that we must go with the order, the ruling you have made, and ignore what she just said, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I think maybe there is a problem in us understanding the statements from the notice of motions without notice. And that is not a problem we can solve now in this house because we cannot start with a workshop of that. So I'm going to allow motions without notice. But let's bear in mind that the notice, a motion without notice cannot be that long like a statement that is being made in the House. That's the only thing that I can say at this stage. Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable House Chair, we object to that statement.
Thank you very much. The motion falls off. The next is ANC.
Honorable House Chair, I move on behalf of the ANC that the House notes with sadness the death of a Constable Silo Machete, a member of the Special Protection Unit, who was shot and killed during a robbery in Gauteng on Friday, 19th June 2015. Further notes that 36-year-old Machete, a member of the Police VIP Protection Unit, assigned to protect Minister Pravin Gordhan, was shot multiple times while sitting in his unmarked police vehicle in Stengwater near Hammerskraal. Acknowledges that Machete's service pistol was stolen and his Toyota Corolla was taken but recovered a few kilometers away. Remember that he joined the police in July 2005 and had worked for the minister since June last year. Recognizing that he was a diligent officer who understood his responsibilities as a protector and knew how to link them with his orders. Believes that the killing of the policemen in general is robbing the citizens of South Africa in getting the services that they deserve, and conveys the deepest condolences to Machete's wife, Gloria, and 2 young sons, as well as all the family members and friends of Silo. Calls on the police officers not to rest and to pull all stops until those criminals are caught and put behind bars. I so much.
Thank you. Are there objections to the motion? No objections. Agreed to. ACDP.
House Chairperson, I move without notice that the House notes with great concern reports about the mass exodus of teachers who resign early from the profession. Further notes that the Government Pensions Administration Agency revealed that last year 4,600 teachers resigned from the service and almost 1,000 of them from Gauteng. Further notes that the most common reasons for their resignations are poor working conditions and low salaries that leave many teachers with serious financial difficulties. Recognizes the resignations have resulted in a nationwide shortage of teachers, particularly in mathematics and science. Notes that the 2014 Basic Education Annual Report revealed that the number of teachers entering the profession was declining. In 2013, 8,227 teachers were absorbed, and in 2014, the number dropped to 6,762. Therefore, supports the call by Gauteng Education MEC to review teacher salaries and intensify programs aiming at celebrating the positive contributions of teachers to strengthen the profile of the teaching profession. So move.
Thank you. I put the question. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. UDM? UDM? Oh.
I move without notice on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that the House notes that 5 people were killed and the other 2 seriously injured after 2 cars collided in Polokwane on Friday morning, the 19th of June. Further notes that the accident took place at the corners of Tabombeki and Landrosmare streets. Though it is not clear as to what happened, but it is assumed that one of the cars might have ignored a red traffic light whilst the other car was crossing. Further condemns negligent drivers who do not obey the rules of the road. Further calls on the Department of Transport to act tough on drivers who neglect the rules of the road. I so move.
Thank you. Any objections to the motion? None, agreed to. NFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the NFP, I move without notice that this House notes that the Durban Magistrate Court convicted a Durban drug lord, Mr. Jen Cheku Chikubu, on various charges of racketeering, money laundering, and dealing with cocaine and ecstasy. Also notes that Nigerian-born Mr. Chimbu was sentenced to a total of 70 years in prison, but that his sentence will run concurrently and effectively means that he will be in prison for 25 years. Further notes that Mr. Chimbu's South African wife, who is an accomplice, is on the run and evading arrest. Finally notes that this arrest and conviction was the outcome of sterling work done by the National Drug Task Team of Lieutenant General Vinesh Manu and investigating officer Luke Tancred. Wherefore, we call upon this House to express its appreciation for the heavy sentence imposed by court in the hope that such sentences will act as a deterrent to drug dealers and runners. Convey its congratulations to the National Drug Task Team for their sterling effort to combat the untold misery caused by drugs in our communities all over the country. I so move.
Thank you. I now put the question. Any objection to the motion? No objection, agreed to. ANC?
Honorable Chair, on behalf of the ANC, we move that this House notes that South Africa's soccer team, Bafana Bafana, beat Mauritius 3-0 during the African Nations Champion qualifier at Dobsonville Stadium on Saturday, the 20th of June 2015. Acknowledges that the Bafana Bafana coach and SAFA had to scramble to get players for this match after several Premier Soccer League sides withdrew their players for the pre-season preparations. Recognizes that Bafana came into this tie on the back of a 2-1 win over Angola in an international friendly at the Cape Town Stadium. Believes that the South African team is highly motivated by the 2 recent wins against Angola and Mauritius, and congratulates Bafana Bafana on this deserving victory and wish them well in their next encounter. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion? None. Motion agreed to. NFP. Iman Shah.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this Honorable House notes that on the evening of the 17th of June 2015, a lone gunman opened fire on worshippers in the Emmanuel African Methodist Church in Charleston, South Carolina, a state of the United States of America. Further notes that the church is one of the United States' oldest black churches and has long been a site for community organization around civil rights. Further notes that 9 people were killed, including the senior pastor, Clementa C. Pinckney, who was also a state senator. Also notes that the suspect, 21-year-old Dylan Roof, has been arrested. Finally notes that the United States Department of Justice is investigating the possibility that the shooting was a racial-inspired hate crime. Wherefore, we call upon this Honorable House to convey its condolences to the grieving families of the people in Charleston who were gunned down in cold blood, and convey its condolences to the government of the United States of America on the loss of a senator. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion? No objections, agreed to. IFP?
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the ICASA Freedom Party without notice that this House notes that reports of bullying at South African schools are on the rise, with more parents and pupils reporting incidences of bullying. Further notes that a Gauteng learner was recently violently beaten by another pupil in front of his teacher. Acknowledges that in 2013, a survey by the consumer insights company Pondering Panda found that 36% of South African school pupils describe bullying as one of the biggest problems at school. Further acknowledges that being bullied at school leaves a lasting mark on a young person's body and mind. Calls on teachers and pupils or principals to do more to ensure that every South African child is able to receive his or her education in a safe environment. And further calls upon the Department of Education to put in place mechanisms to deal with bullying at school, for example, by including an anti-bullying course as part of our life orientation subjects. I so move.
Thank you. And is there objection for the motion? No objection, agreed to. UDM, you're the last hand indicated.
House Chair. Thank you very much. Besicela uphinda manathi isenokwenzeka umhlamba prof Khobiso ufuna object akuthola motion yethu sifuna uyiphinda nathi bayive kakuhle abantu umhlamba bazivanga. Since kuphinda.
No, yakho azange ilahlwe baba, hlala phansi. Ichubekile yaqeda umsebenzi wayo. DA?
Thanks, Chairperson. On behalf of the DA, I hereby move that this House notes that South African tennis player Kevin Anderson made our country proud by reaching the Queen's Club final on Sunday. Also notes that Anderson faced third-seeded British resident Andy Murray in the grand final. Acknowledges that Anderson's exceptional performance during the season has taken his international rankings to 14th in the world. Further acknowledges his role in encouraging young South Africans to play the sport and promoting the sport throughout the country. Congratulates Kevin Anderson for his remarkable achievement and wishes him well as he prepares to take on the world. I so move.
Thank you. Are there no objection to the motion? No objection, agreed to. UDM, Mamachek.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move without notice on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that the House notes that Ngowa Primary School, a school situated in the Eastern Cape in Pedi, has 3 blocks of classrooms that have not been finished over the past 9 months due to builder's contract termination. Further notes that the reasons why the contract has been terminated are not very clear. The school starts from grade R to grade 7 and serves 4 surrounding villages in a 1 old block of classrooms. Acknowledges that the Eastern Cape province has not been doing very well over the past few years in matric results. Maybe this could be because of the poor performance could be attributed to a lack of adequate school infrastructure at primary level. And lastly, calls on the Department of Education to investigate the matter because the right to basic education is compromised. I so move.
Thank you. Are there no objections to the motion?
Thank you. The ANC objects to this motion.
Objection, then the motion falls off. DA?
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House notes that World Refugee Day was celebrated this past Saturday, 20 June 2015, as an important date on the International Human Rights calendar. Also note that World Refugee Day was recognized as such by the United Nations in the year 2000, after Africa Refugee Day was celebrated by many African countries for a number of years on 20 June each year. Acknowledges that according to the Refugee Commission of the United Nations, 50 million people worldwide live as refugees, of which more than 15 million live as refugees in Africa. Further acknowledges that approximately 2.5 million of these African refugees are of Sudanese origin. Finally, expresses its solidarity with refugees all over the world and associates itself with the words of the Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, who said on this last Refugee Day, "Refugees are people like anyone else, like you and me. They led ordinary lives before becoming displaced, and their biggest dream is to be able to live normally again. On this World Refugee Day, let us recall our common humanity, celebrate tolerance and diversity, and open our hearts to refugees everywhere. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion? No objections, agreed to. Without an indication of any hand, I will go back to the NFP motion, which you, no, the one that we discussed often, it was not the question was not put on. The first one, please, can you read that motion again? Oh, you have done that already? Okay, then thank you very much. Then we have come to the end of the motions without notice. I will now go to the first item on the order paper, and the motion is in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable House Chair, I move that the House notes that in the establishment of the SADC Parliamentary Forum in September 1997, the SADC Summit of Heads of State and Government envisaged continuing a Parliamentary Consultative Assembly, its ultimate goal being the establishment of a regional parliamentary framework for dialogue on issues of regional interest and concern. Further notes that a meeting of the SADC Parliamentary Forum will take place in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal on the 5th to the 11th of July 2015. Also notes that SADC speakers recently met with the President Ian Khama of Botswana, incoming chairperson of SADC, to engage him on the transformation of SADC PF into a regional parliament. Acknowledges that the SADC PF continues to operate as a regional parliamentary body that is widely accepted and consulted, not only regionally, but also on the rest of the continent and international. Recognizes the efforts of the SADC PF in improving the capacity of the number of parliaments, particularly in the areas of election observation and management, as well as advancement of gender equality in the region. Further acknowledges that the SADC PF, though not yet formally transformed into a regional parliament, as originally envisaged, has made great strides towards achieving this objective, among others, in its format by operating in accordance with agreed rules of procedure and practice at its most recent plenary assemblies in Mauritius and at Victoria Falls, and express its support for the transformation of the SADC PF into a regional parliament and the lobbying efforts of the leadership of the forum to present to the SADC heads of state and government, Council of Ministers, and SADC Secretariat the case for such transformation that will inter alia, A, facilitate the effective implementation of SADC policies and projects, including SADC protocols and other legal instruments, promote the principles of human rights, gender equality, and democracy within the region. First, encourage good governance, transparency, and accountability in the region and in the operation of SADC institutions. Facilitate the ratification and harmonization of policies and laws while recognizing sovereignty of member states, and provide a forum for discussion on matters of common interest to SADC countries. I so move.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I now will ask the Secretary to read the first order of the day.
Second reading debate, Maintenance Amendment Bill.
I will now recognize the Honorable Deputy Minister Honorable Jeffries.
Madam Chairperson, maintenance, especially child maintenance, is one of the major priorities of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. And this is evidenced by the number of initiatives that the Department continues to undertake in order to improve the maintenance system. And just to mention a few of those initiatives, we've launched a turnaround strategy in all the 9 provinces aimed at reducing the turnaround times in the maintenance system in order to improve the pre-order maintenance services, and this ensures that the maintenance system is faster, more accessible and effective. We've also introduced an electronic funds transfer system, or EFT payments, and the total amount of money transferred to beneficiaries in the last financial year was 162,663,925, and it was to 2,265,096 beneficiaries. We've also introduced a direct payment system where beneficiaries want it. And we are also instituting an integrated case management system in 208 courts in the country to provide for the automation and tracking of business processes to ensure speedy delivery of maintenance services. The bill that there's a longer-term revision of the Maintenance Act being conducted by the South African Law Reform Commission, and the bill which is before the House for the second reading is an interim measure of some amendments to improve the system of maintenance, and just to highlight a few of them. Firstly, a beneficiary will be able to claim maintenance where they work, not only where they live, which is the current situation. So it'll make it easier for beneficiaries to go to the maintenance court during work hours. If the maintenance, the person that the maintenance is sought from can't be traced, the court can grant an order directing the electronic communication service providers or cell phone service providers to give the court the contact information of the person who may be affected by an order of maintenance. And this direction may only be used if the court is satisfied that all reasonable efforts to locate the person in question have failed. Then there's a duty being put into the bill on maintenance courts to complete their inquiries as speedily as possible. And what's of particular importance is that there's provision for interim orders for maintenance pending the finalization of the matter. And a further provision is that the views of the person who has to pay maintenance must be, or is obliged to make payments, must be sought. And then a major one which received quite a bit of publicity was that if a person is in default of paying maintenance, if they've defaulted, their personal details must be submitted to a credit bureau, and this effectively prevents maintenance defaulters from continuing to receive credit while they owe maintenance. And this, we believe, sends out a clear message to maintenance defaulters that their failure to support their dependents is indefensible. So hopefully the House will support the bill, and I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jeffries. Honorable Muteka.
Honorable House Chairperson, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to support the bill, and want to say that our committee unanimously accepted the bill, but had very interesting discussions, especially with regard to whether or not defaulters should be blacklisted. There was a view that blacklisting would limit the credit worthiness of the defaulters, and therefore further disable them to pay their maintenance. But as a result, it was agreed that we must get the department to investigate other options to blacklisting. And when we considered the alternatives, we found that there is no viable alternative. And therefore, we unanimously agreed that that blacklisting should continue. Of course, other people prematurely attempted to mount a campaign, and that campaign was fruitless because the matter was still before the committee for deliberation. And
order, honorable members.
And we are therefore calling on members of committees to engage inside committees rather than in the streets, because Parliament is their platform to do parliamentary work, and they must leave extra parliamentary work to extra parliamentary organization. Another interesting point for discussion was whether or not complainants should pay for to pay the service providers for providing information to the courts. And the view was that if we accept that position, it would mean that the poorest of the poor, who are women, would not be able to access these services. Therefore, it was agreed finally that in such cases where persons cannot afford, that the state should actually pay and recover the costs from the defaulters themselves. So we think, therefore, that the department did the best in these circumstances, and therefore the presentations, submissions also made by the public were given full hearing, and therefore, Honorable Chairperson, we support the piece of legislation which we have no doubt enjoys the approval of the people of South Africa as a whole, and therefore we unreservedly, as the African National Congress, support the bill. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, before we call on Honorable Horn, I wish to acknowledge the presence in the gallery of the Kenyan Parliamentary Service Commission Committee on Information and Public Communication Delegation. I welcome you to our parliament. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Horn.
Dankie, voorsitter. Die meeste jong mense van Suid-Afrika het heel wat stylbulte om uit te klim ten einde hul potensiaal te ontsluit. Ongelukkig is een van hierdie bulte die feit dat 2 uit elke 3 kinders in Suid-Afrika in 'n huis bly, saam met slegs een van hulle ouers. Op een of ander stadium gaan hierdie kinders en ouers staat maak waarskynlik op die funksionaliteit van ons land se onderhoudsstelsel ten einde die nodige bydrae vir die onderhoud uit die ouer te kry by wie die kind normaalweg nie woon nie. As agtergrond tot die konsepwysigingswetgewing, voorsitter, moet ons vir mekaar die volgende oor enige onderhoudsstelsel sê. Eerstens, geen onderhoudsstelsel in die wêreld kan suksesvol wees as die houding en gedrag van ouers teenoor die onderhoud van hulle kinders nie reg is nie. In Suid-Afrika is daar ongelukkige probleem hiermee. Solank as wat daar sommige ouers is wie, wanneer hulle verhouding skibreek ly, nie die regte houding en gedrag het teenoor hulle kinders en hulle verantwoordelikheid teenoor hulle kinders nie en glo dat die verantwoordelikheid van die ander ouer by wie die kinders bly groter is, sal die onderhoudssysteem sukkel om aan kinders die nodige sekuriteit te bied. Daarom behoort een van die doelwitte van regeringsprogramme soos die morele herlewingsprogram te wees om 'n houdingsverandering te bewerkstellig in terme waarvan die eerste prioriteite van ouers wie se verhoudings verbrokkel moet wees om 'n werkbare ooreenkoms te sluit waartoe beide ouers hulle onherroepelik verbind en wat eerstens en primêr gefokus is op die beste belang van hul kinders. Want voorsitter, uiteindelik is dit 'n droom wat ons almal behoort te deel. 'n Droom van 'n samelewing waar ouers te alle koste en te alle tye hulle verpligtinge teenoor hulle kinders nakom. Tweedens, voorsitter, die sukses of mislukking van enige onderhoudssysteem hang naast die wetlike raamwerk ook af van die implementering van die sisteem. Op hierdie gebied is dit ongelukkig so dat daar ook heelwat leemtes in Suid-Afrika is. Enige van u wat al die moeite gedoen het om met diegene in die rye by onderhoudshowe reg oor Suid-Afrika te gesels, sal weet van klagtes van lang wagtye, sake wat gedurig uitgestel word en maande neem om afgehandel te word. Laat ons dit duidelik stel. Ons het volle begrip vir die uitdagings wat die departement in die gesig staar. Ons is bewus van die feit dat die departement oor die vorige 4 jaar 247 addisionele aanstellings in onderhoudsverwante poste gemaak het. Die feit dat daar kwartaalliks 44,000 nuwe onderhoudsklagtes by ons howe geregistreer word, illustreer baie mooi dat daar altyd groter wordende druk op die stelsel is. En natuurlik is daar baie onderhoudsbeamptes en landroste wat met ywerend toesig diens doen en die stelsel van dag tot dag maak werk. Maar ongelukkig is daar net te veel Suid-Afrikaners met ontevrede verhale oor die onderhoudsstelsel wat getuig van amptenary wat nie toewyding het nie, swak tydsbestuur by onderhoudshowe en administratiewe rompslomp. Daarom ten spyte van die omdraaistrategie van die departement is wat nodig is uiteindelik 'n stelsel van kwaliteitbeheer ten aansien van die amptenary. Chairperson, in turning to the bill under discussion, the trap may be to lose focus of the very real impact it will have on the lives of ordinary South Africans. Over the last months, I've been in contact with many parents who are struggling to get joy from the maintenance system. The good news is that the provisions of this bill may assist some of them. Mrs. A, for example, is a mother of 3. The father of her children owns a fleet of 5 taxis and is now in arrears to the total of 9 months' worth of maintenance payments because he all of a sudden cut her maintenance in half, apparently because he chose to save for a deposit to replace one of his taxis, rather than pay his monthly maintenance installments. Mrs. B has been able to track down the father of her 2 children for more than a year. His family is unwilling to assist her and has only told her that he apparently now is working at a mine somewhere in Gauteng. He has blocked all calls from his cell phone to his. Chairperson, the good news is that the bill under discussion, once it becomes law, could maybe assist both Mrs. A and Mrs. B. Mrs. A could be assisted in that this bill will enable the so-called blacklisting of her former husband with credit bureaus and prevent him from taking up the credit to buy the 5th taxi before he maintains his children. This bill, once it becomes law, could assist also Mrs. B in that she will be able to apply to one of the different cellular networks to obtain the newest address of the father of her children, thereby enabling the processing of her maintenance complaint. We are, as the DA, obviously very proud of the retention of Clause 11 in this bill, which provides for the civil blacklisting of absconding parents. And Chair, our pride does not merely stem from the fact that we convinced the ANC members in the Portfolio Committee to ultimately give their unwilling support to this clause. It rather stems from the fact that this clause may just help to force a number of parents who are able but not willing to meet their obligation towards their children. It must be said, however, that the unwillingness or inability of the honourable members of the ANC on the committee to appreciate the fact that parents should not be allowed to prioritise either their own expenses or the expenses of children who stay with them under their roof, above those who are not living with them, clearly illustrates the moral degeneration on this issue in South Africa, and specifically amongst the ANC. Chairperson, this bill will also strengthen the maintenance system in a number of other ways. For example, agreements on maintenance reached outside of the system can now also be made orders of the court. Unfortunately, Chair, this bill will still not assist Mrs. C, the ex-wife of a wealthy businessman, who insists that he's merely an employee of his company, even producing a payslip reflecting a measly salary at the maintenance court, despite the fact that the two family trusts, of which he is a beneficiary, owns the company. Therefore, Chair, our plea to the Deputy Minister is, while a complete revamp of the maintenance system is planned for the near future, this new system must also make provision for lifestyle audits of parents and orders to remove the veil of protection granted to unwilling parents by complicated networks of business interests, aimed at avoiding, amongst other things, the payment of maintenance. Chair, ultimately, every vote in favour of this bill is a message that we stand with hard-working South Africans who believe that parents should take responsibility for the upbringing of their children. As the DA, we are proud of the fact that we could convince the ANC on behalf of those hard-working South Africans to reluctantly support this bill in its entirety, even though we had to drag them here kicking and screaming. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Maxson.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF strongly believes that the child's rights to parent care and to basic nutrition, shelter, and basic health care services is of utmost importance, and both parents are equally responsible to ensure the realization of this right. In South Africa currently, over 48% of children are raised by single parents, and over 90% of child maintenance defaulters are male. As much as the efforts to protect women from the heavy burden of having to care for children alone is appreciated, it is of utmost importance that we acknowledge how issues regarding child maintenance in this country do not exclusively lie to the defaulter, but the South African Magistrates Court as well. The amendment bill's primary focuses on legislative framework and legally on the structural framework that should ensure the implementation of policy and legislation. Magistrate courts are characterized by the huge backlogs of maintenance cases, shortage of staff, incompetence of staff, lack of information within the system, and the inability to hold parents accountable for their children's well-being. This means that even with the best legislation and resources at hand, victims of child maintenance default will still enjoy the same challenges experienced before the amendment bill. The EFF also opposes the proposal to blacklist defaulters. Not only does this to disadvantage the person that is unable to pay maintenance, but further to disadvantage the child and other dependents. The amendment bills must also prescribe a standardized formula-based system for determining child support instead of leaving everything to the discretion of maintenance officer. The discretionary system not only makes maintenance officer vulnerable to bribes, but creates situations where complainants are emotionally blackmailed to file for less money than they should file for. In most magistrate courts, boy children get higher maintenance than girl children, further perpetuating the gender stereotypes this bill aims to eradicate. This is another reason why child maintenance must be standardized, equally taking into account the socio-economic status of the complainant and the defendant. As we are saying we must not punish wrong people. Let us fix the system which are failing our children. We reject this bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Msimang.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. This bill seeks to ensure greater protection for children in families separated by divorce by ensuring their financial needs are timeously met in respect of court-ordered maintenance payments. The bill amends the Maintenance Act of 1998 in order to bring greater improvement and strength to our current system of maintenance through improved and enhanced amendments, such as by increasing penalties relating to certain offenses contained in the Principal Act, by ensuring greater regulation around investigation of maintenance complaints, by further regulation around the conversion of criminal proceedings into maintenance inquiries, and in making provision for the granting of urgent relief by allowing our courts to issue interim maintenance orders. Maintenance defaulters will now have to contemplate periods of up to 3 years in jail in the event of a default on payments, and third parties who effect payments via emoluments attachment orders now face up to 2 years imprisonment for non-compliance with such court orders. The bill also makes use of current technical advances by empowering our courts to order that maintenance payment evaders' locations be tracked using their cellular telephone service providers, which will greatly assist in ensuring that our police services and sheriffs are able to track, trace, and ensure service and compliance of maintenance court orders. The clause allowing the blacklisting by credit bureau of maintenance defaulters is necessary, and we are pleased to see that it has now been included and carries broad support in this amendment bill. In conclusion, this bill represents a great step forward in narrowing down the loopholes of the 1998 Maintenance Act by greater regulation, stiffer penalties for contravention, greater use of current technology in order to enforce its provisions, and all in the interest of the greater welfare of our children. The IFP supports this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Msimang. Honorable Ngabe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. The NFP supports and welcomes the Maintenance Amendment Bill. South Africa has an unacceptably high rate of maintenance default, which leaves children and former partners destitute and clogs up the court system. We believe that the amendment to the Maintenance Act are progressive and long overdue. We believe that in particular, the NFP welcomes the measures to compel maintenance defaulters to meet their obligations by putting their credit worthiness at risk, and to empower the maintenance court to order institutions such as cell phone service providers and telecom to provide traceable contact details of maintenance defaulters. The NFP also welcomes the proposal that where a divorce is done by agreement, which adequately set out the respective maintenance obligations, the requirement for the parties to appear before the maintenance court is dispensed with. We believe that this amendment will reduce the workload of the maintenance courts and expedite divorce proceedings. We also welcome the provision which allows maintenance courts to make interim maintenance orders pending the finalization of maintenance inquiries. This amendment is of a great importance to address the frustrating situation where persons who clearly have maintenance obligations try to delay as far as possible the granting of a maintenance order against them. Such delays, Chairperson, is to the detriment of women and children and should not be excusable. The net effect of the amendments, as set out in the bill, is to make the maintenance system more effective and, more importantly, to streamline the processes relating to the investigations by maintenance officers and investigators. For far too long, maintenance defaulters have avoided their obligations almost with impunity. Now, the long arm of the law will reach further and justice will be dispensed far more effectively than before. The National Freedom Party submits that should the Maintenance Amendment Bill be adopted, women and children will benefit, and in particular, the constitutional imperative of the best interest of the child will be served. We support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. As achtbare lid Albert in die huis. Say he's nie hier nie. We go on to Honorable Madisha.
Chairperson, the maintenance of children in our country is very important. The Maintenance Amendment Bill will amend Act number 99 of 1998. It gives maintenance courts sharper and bigger teeth. Once the bill is signed into law, a maintenance officer can institute an inquiry to substitute or discharge a maintenance obligation that was never made an order of court. Henceforth, it will also not matter whether a maintenance beneficiary lives or works in the area or jurisdiction of the court. Either of those conditions will be acceptable for the court. The bill thus expands the jurisdiction of the court. This bill will also empower a court to ask phone companies to furnish contact information of a person affected by an order of a misconduct court. The court will decide who pays the cost of this service depending on conduct and behavior. Where a person who is paying maintenance seeks a reduction or discharge of the maintenance order, the maintenance officer will have the power to subpoena the beneficiary of a maintenance order as well to make a determination. The bill, importantly, places a duty on a maintenance court to conclude maintenance inquiry as speedily. Failing that, for reasons beyond its control, it can make an interim order for maintenance. This is definitely an improvement. The bill takes note of judgments in the High Court. Before a court order or court orders a person's earnings to be attached, the employer will have an opportunity to comment on the feasibility of such an order before it is made. This makes sense. Defaulters or beneficiaries who cannot attend court but who consent in writing to an agreement before a maintenance officer at an inquiry will allow a maintenance court to make an order in the absence of either a party or both parties. Where a person ignores a subpoena.
Honorable Member, your time has expired.
We support. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Achtbare lid Albert is nou terug. Gaan voort met die debat, achtbare lid.
Baie dankie, voorsitter. This bill that serves to bring justice to maintenance matters pending the finalization of the South African Law Commission's review is a welcome change to the current maintenance system. Daar is geen twyfel dat die onderhoudsstelsel soos dit tans daar uitsien gebrekkig is nie. Geskeide persone, veral vrouens wat dikwels die kinders uit die vorige huwelik moet versorg, staar geweldige ontberings in die gesig indien onderhoud nie betaal word nie. Hierdie mense is magteloos in die aangesig van 'n vorige gade wat bloot net nie sy of haar onderhoudsverpligting nakom nie. Hierdie mense het dan ook gewoonlik nie die vermoë om 'n prokureur te nader vir regshulp nie. The result of non-payment of maintenance is in effect to visit a double tragedy on the children. Not only are they witness to the breakup of the family structure with all of its ill effects, but they must now face the prospect of a lack of income and further animosity and strife between their parents. As the state sanctions the institution of marriage and is tasked with protecting the interests of children by virtue of its human rights obligation in terms of the Constitution, it is also incumbent upon the state to create an effective and equitable legal system whereby the broken family's interest must be protected. Alhoewel die meeste van die wetswysigings tegnies van aard is om effektiwiteit te verhoog, is daar wel een wysiging wat probleme kan skep. Dit handel oor die moontlikheid wat geskep word om 'n wanbetaler te swartlys. Daar is nie probleme met die beginsel om iemand op die wyse te dwing om sy of haar verantwoordelikheid na te kom nie, maar dit kan wel onbedoelde gevolge hê, soos dat die wanbetaler probeer aansoek doen om 'n klererekening vir sy kinders en geweier word, of aansoek doen om 'n lening vir skuldkonsolidasie om sodoende sy finansiële verpligtinge teenoor die gesin na te kom, maar geweier word. It would therefore be prudent to allow for a system whereby the defaulter can apply to have his name removed from the blacklist if any accounts are opened or debt created that would be to the advantage of the ex-spouse and children. It is our hope that the South African Law Commission will relook this matter. Dit is duidelik dat die wetsontwerp poog om 'n billike balans te handhaaf tussen die belange van die aansoeker om onderhoud en die ander partye betrokke, soos die werkgewer en die onderhoudsbetaler asook die onderhoudsbetaler self. Dit is insiggewend dat 'n verstekvonnis net gegee kan word indien daar duidelik aangetoon kan word dat die ander party werklik bewus was van die verrigtinge en willens en wetens dit nie bygewoon het nie. It is not every day that one can debate a relatively non-contentious bill in Parliament. We wish to thank all of the MPs who worked on this bill and are looking forward to a renewed and even better version after the Law Commission's final report. I thank you, Chair.
Dank u. Achtbare lid Swart.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the ACDP has always believed that healthy families form the bedrock of healthy societies. Regrettably, however, we have many dysfunctional families, with absent fathers being a particular problem. Many millions of South African children grow up in single-parent households, and in thousands of cases, absent fathers do not pay much-needed maintenance for their children. Now, if I was to ask the honourable members, what was the record in 2013? The record was 223,000 rand, 848 rand that was owed by a maintenance defaulter. Thankfully, he was brought to book by the department, and he had 2 children, 11 and 14, and so we see that this is a continual problem. And the Maintenance Act, whilst it has been comprehensively reviewed by the South African Law Commission, has been amended with these interim measures which are to improve access and obtaining of court orders. And it also implements certain High Court decisions that affect maintenance matters. One of the only contentious issue related to whether maintenance defaulters should have their names blacklisted. And surely this makes sense, as why should a maintenance defaulter be able to purchase an expensive car, home, electronic items on credit for himself when he has reneged on his maintenance payments? Whilst on the other hand, it was argued that this may result in fathers not being able to access credit to pay maintenance, the possibility of blacklisting surely may urge more defaulters to pay, and that is why we from the ACDP support the insertion of that particular clause. The ACDP also supports the department's initiative to name and shame errant fathers who do not pay maintenance. Fathers often deny paternity, and when the tests come out positive, they are still reluctant to care for their children. This, in our view, is shameful. It is also important that maintenance defaulters are effectively and speedily traced to ensure that those court orders are complied with. There can be no doubt that this amendment bill is a step in the right direction whilst we are having this comprehensive review of the maintenance issue. It relates directly to the poor and vulnerable in our society, and the ACDP will support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Swart. Mhlomphehi Mthapho.
Our children are our greatest treasure.
The African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child recognizes that the child occupies a unique and privileged position in African society and calls on parents to secure within their abilities and financial capacities the conditions necessary for the child's development. Chairperson, key to that development, when relationships between parents break down, so is access to maintenance. The primary responsibility or duty for the support of a child rests with the parents. This responsibility continues whether or not the relationship between the parties survives. However, Chairperson, maintenance is about more than parental obligations. It is also a fundamental children's right issue. Ultimately, the protection of children's rights is a collective responsibility. Section 22, subsection 2 of the Constitution, Honorable Hlengwe Maxson, specifies that the best interests of the child are of paramount importance in every matter concerning the child. This constitutional commitment is echoed in the Children's Act 38 of 2005. The Act provides that parents must care for, maintain contact with, and contribute to the maintenance of their children. This includes the provision of the basic necessities of life, such as shelter, food and clothing, medical care, and education. Access to maintenance is not just about a duty of support, it is also about poverty alleviation. Despite overall poverty being much lower than in 1993, poverty still has a racial and gender aspect to it that must be overcome. 39% of all children, more than 7 million children, live with their mothers but not with their fathers. Halala Mbogoto. In South African society, it is still predominantly women who care for children. Statistics indicate that households headed by women are between 38% and more than 100% poorer than households headed by men. 90% of maintenance defaulters are fathers. This means for many women, a well-functioning maintenance system is an essential tool in alleviating economic hardship. Chairperson, in 1994, South Africa was confronted with an inefficient, ineffective, fragmented, and racially divided maintenance system that required urgent attention. Shortly after the ANC was voted into power, the Maintenance Act 99 of 1998 was introduced to address some of these systemic challenges and give effect to Section 28 of the Constitution. This resulted in significant improvements to the existing system. The overall turnaround time for maintenance cases has decreased, and there has been an improvement in service, especially through the increased use of electronic payments. Honorable Hon. However, 17 years later, this act is due for a significant overhaul. This process will be led by the South African Law Reform Commission. My colleagues have already alluded to 3 important key amendments contained in the bill. Firstly, it provides for the granting of interim maintenance orders. The amendment places a duty on a maintenance court to conclude maintenance inquiries as speedily as possible. However, should the court have to postpone maintenance inquiry, it can now make an interim order for maintenance pending the finalization of the matter. Chairperson, secondly, tracing evasive maintenance defaulters. If a court is satisfied that all reasonable efforts to locate a defaulter have failed, the court may now order one or more of the electronic communication service providers to furnish the court with a defaulter contact information. You know, in terms of Financial Intelligence Center Act, you provide your details so that you can be properly traced. So, I want to chabelang. Thirdly, regulating the reporting of a maintenance defaulter to a credit bureau. When a court grants an order because a defaulter has failed to pay maintenance, that person's personal details must now be submitted to a credit bureau for blacklisting. Maybe that's why honorable member from EFF is totally opposed to this bill. However, honorable chairperson, it is not true that the ANC was not in support of this third amendment. We were still busy engaging, Honorable Horn. Unfortunately, you mobilized DA members to come and I don't know whether it's doi or what kind of a dance in front here. Unfortunately for you, ANC as a very progressive organization which understands the policies of this country then came back and advised the department to find other options. And as the department couldn't find anything, we then have to agree to this. Not because we were pushed. We were never pushed, and we shall never be pushed. Why subject ourselves to your policies? Never. Honorable Chairperson, as the ANC, we therefore fully support this very progressive amendment bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Ilungu elihloniphekile uhlonipheki Nchayisa.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, the work that has been done by the Procedural Committee on Justice and Constitutional Services needs to be applauded. It has been easy for the culprits or the maintenance defaulters just to run away from the rule of law because of certain loopholes in the Act. However, it is not always the case that the plaintiff is correct. We accept the fact that a thorough investigation has to be made now. There are always two sides of the coin. What is important is that men should learn to maintain their kids so that you don't have these street kids or gangsters. It is good that maintenance inquiries are to be speedily concluded in future so that complainants do not give up. Clause 1, Section 6 of the Act has been amended. That talks about investigation. It is good also that now a verbal or a written agreement has to be recognized. According to Clause 2, Section 6, thorough efforts are to be made to locate those affected by the maintenance order and other means to get conduct of these defaulters are also to be made. Another relevant amendment according to the Clause 3, Section 6 is that both respondent and beneficiary may be summoned to appear before the maintenance court to give evidence of the financial positions, not only the respondent. However, I think now the wives also at home now should give support to their men so that they support even the kids now that are outside the marriage. Because it is always the problem now when a man is willing to support, then the wife now would be reluctant to allow the husband to do so, to support the one outside. So they also should be responsible. AIC supports this bill because it seems now it is sort of a service delivery to our people. Then beneficiaries will gain a lot, will no longer have these problems that are always affecting our people, rather our children. Honorable Chairperson, I'm still looking for two young men now who made havoc in my house. Then that is why I supported this bill, because these young men really now have got to be looked after thoroughly so that they don't do this. They should learn to support, and a man has got to be held responsible for his evil deed. You know, if you don't support or you don't maintain your child, then it should be something that comes to your mind, and makes the world to not be working. So I do support the bill, and as I say now, we do support this bill because it's a good progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Pilane Majake.
Honourable House Chairperson, the bill is drawn in the best interest of the child and any other person whose livelihood is dependent on the maintenance order to continue to support and adhere to developmental state principles guided by the ANC. The purpose of the bill is to amend the Maintenance Act 1998 so as to further regulate the lodging of complaints relating to maintenance and the jurisdiction of maintenance courts, to regulate maintenance inquiries in order to make provisions for granting of interim maintenance orders, to regulate the making of the maintenance orders, and by consent, to regulate the circumstances in which maintenance orders may be granted by default, to further regulate the granting of cost orders, to regulate transfer of maintenance orders, to regulate the reporting of maintenance defaulters to any business which has as its objects the granting of credit or is involved in credit ratings of persons, to further regulate the attachment of emoluments, to increase the penalties for certain offenses, to create certain new offenses, to further regulate the conversion of criminal proceedings into maintenance inquiries. The main focus of the bill is to provide an interim order where there is no final order to prevent undue hardships on the part of children or persons to be maintained pending finalization of the matter. Because previously what used to happen is if there is a process that's taking place that may actually end up with a maintenance order, in the meantime, you'd actually find that children and people depending on the outcome of the process would suffer in the meantime. So with this arrangement, it means that you will not have a process where there is a divorce that is a proceeding that's taking place. On the other hand, the children are suffering. Electronic service providers may be used to provide information on defaulters who should in turn pay costs for such services. The state is to pay costs recoverable from the defaulters if the complainant is unable by means test to pay the costs. After the evidence, either in writing or orally from the employer of the person in question, who is a defaulter, an order may be made for the attachment of emoluments at present or in future owing to accruing to the person. This is very important in the sense that previously what used to happen, you'd actually find that there will be mostly fathers who would actually default when in actual fact they can actually manage to afford. So this clause will then therefore take care of such situations of people who can afford but end up having too many reasons that make it not possible for them to continue to support the children. And we should always bear in mind the fact that all the arrangements about maintenance can actually work both sides. Either it's the mother that supports or the father. Any person who fails to make any particular payment in accordance with the maintenance order shall be guilty of an offense and liable on conviction to a fine or to imprisonment without the option of a fine, which really becomes a deterrent. The intention is not to punish, but to say that we have provisions that would actually take care of a situation where maintenance is not actually adhered to. The bill also looks at transfer of high court orders to magistrate court, just to actually help facilitate the whole process of maintenance. It is quite encouraging to see the number of political parties that have actually supported the bill. And to the EFF, we actually wonder as to why you have to actually continue to not support even provisions and bills and arrangements that are actually also going to be benefiting the people you so dearly care for as a political party. Honorable Maxson, the legislative framework is there, and then you worry about the structural arrangements. Today we are actually looking at the bill, which is just the legislative framework. And of course, the departments are there to actually worry about the logistical arrangements around this. And if possible, where there is need, we will actually have enabling regulations that would take care of anything that might be something that you think may not have been covered properly. And the ANC continues to support Clause 11, which is about the submission of names of defaulters to the Credit Bureau. And we have never, ever relegated this responsibility. When the DA really made a lot of noise about it, it was because it was a committee process. Whilst talking about it, debating and discussing, and we pause, we say we'll meet tomorrow. By the next day, you find that the DA has already managed to identify something that they can actually manage to utilize for political points scoring. It shouldn't happen like that. The ANC supports the bill.
I now call upon the Honourable the Deputy Minister of Justice and Correctional Services responsible for justice and constitutional development.
Thanks, House Chairperson, and thanks to the members and the parties in the House that supported the bill. This bill will make a big difference to the thousands of maintenance beneficiaries in South Africa. It's a pity, though, with such a bill that's of such importance to so many people, that there was some politicking. From the DA's side, I know that you use maintenance as a campaign issue, but your comment, Honourable Horn, about the moral degeneration of the ANC, I mean, this bill came from an ANC-led ministry, from an ANC-led cabinet. So don't separate the ANC between the executive and the legislature. And the Portfolio Committee were wanting to consider all the options. Now, as far then as the EFF, which was the other issue, it's a pity that the Honourable Maxson couldn't attend any of the Portfolio Committee meetings where she could have raised the issues with officials. But it's not, I mean, maintenance is, you want standardization, but the amount of maintenance that's paid depends on the circumstances of the person. How much they're earning, how many dependents that they have, the other parent, how much they are earning, if anything. If a person is not working, if they don't have a salary, then they can't pay maintenance. And so your concern that you reject the blacklisting because it will affect people unable to pay maintenance is actually not true. Because if a person has had a maintenance order against them and they then lose their job, they must go back to court and inform the court of that, of the change in the circumstances. So it won't affect anybody who can't pay maintenance. It will affect those people who would rather pay for their DSTV subscription than support their child. To the Honourable Horn as well, I mean, there are maintenance inquiries. We can look at whether we can tighten up the provisions. But if there's evidence that the father, let's say, is getting money from a trust, then evidence should be led of that, and there are maintenance investigators to assist in the matter. In KwaZulu-Natal, for example, the regional offices bought cameras for the investigators to look for parents that are employed in the informal sector to go and take photographs of their businesses or their operations to go and give that to the court. As far as the complaints from people in the system, that's something we are continuously trying to work with. It was, as the Honourable Horn had said, there has been a dramatic increase in the number of applications. There has been an increase in the staff, but we're continuously trying to improve the service. We do have complaints numbers in each of the provinces where people can complain if the service they feel wasn't adequate. But generally, again, to support all the parties, with one exception, and hopefully they'll read the bill, for their support for this bill. And I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. Honourable members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Maintenance Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the second order.
Second reading debate, Agrement South Africa Bill.
I now invite the Honourable Martins, the Chairperson of the Committee.
Honourable House Chairperson, Honourable Members of Parliament, the Agrement South Africa Bill seeks to establish Agrement South Africa as a juristic person and to make the Public Finance Management Act of 1999 as amended applicable to it. The objects of the Agrement South Africa as contained in clause 4 of the bill are to A, provide assurance to specifiers and users of the fitness for purpose of non-standardized construction-related products or systems. B, to support and promote the process of integrated socio-economic development in the Republic as it relates to the construction industry. C, to support and promote the introduction and use of certified, non-standardized construction-related products or systems in the local or international market. D, to support policymakers to minimize the risk associated with the use of a non-standardized construction-related product or system. And E, to be an impartial and internationally acknowledged South African Center for the Assessment and Confirmation of Fitness for Purpose of Non-Standardized Construction-Related Products and Systems. In conclusion, the main function of the Agrement South Africa Bill is assessment and certification of non-standardized construction-related products or systems. I request the House to support and adopt the bill. I thank you.
Honourable members, there has been a request for declarations. I will now allow political parties up to 3 minutes to make those declarations.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, Agrement South Africa is an institution that reports to the Department of Public Works. It has all along operating under the CSRR even from their offices. The purpose of this bill is clearly to establish a juristic person, and there are other reasons that are. But its most mandate is to certify every new product that is not approved by the SABS, to ensure that it is fit for purpose, as the chairperson have said. And I think it is also important that we can actually understand who is actually the innovator rather than the testing for fit for purpose. There are some products on the market that Agrement South Africa has actually certified so far. The certificate is valid for 3 years and it must be renewed after every 3 years. Annually, Agrement South Africa was able to present its strategic plan and its annual achievements, but not the financial statement, which is crucial to the committee. With the approval of the bill, we can now hold Agrement South Africa accountable for its financial report, as well as to ensure that actually they comply with the PFMA. That is one of the reasons why we support the bill, as it is also not controversial. The bill was thoroughly interrogated with the department as well as the state law advisors. The DA will now monitor its implementation after it has been signed as an act by the President to ensure that they really do their job. I thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. In our funding manifesto as EFF, our cardinal pillar number 3, it talks to the state building its own capacity for the construction and maintenance of infrastructure such as roads, railways, and dams. and other specific basic services such as schools, houses, and hospitals. Currently, this bill opens up opportunities for certification of non-standardized construction products across the board and does not specify the need for locally produced products. This means that the country can, in the near future, expect a flood of non-standardized construction products from other countries, which would then be satisfied by Agrement South Africa. This will be the death of innovation, research, and development in our own country, as was the case with the textile industry, which died when the doors of our borders opened for cheap exports from China. The cement industry is already in trouble. Countries such as Vietnam and Pakistan already have 7% market share of the country's cement. They have been accused of dumping substandard cement in our own shores. The EFF therefore submits that the Agrement South Africa has the potential to be transformed into a developmental agency, focused primarily on building up the capacity of our own innovators in the construction industry. With a strong government intervention and support and equivocal protection of our construction manufacturing sector, we can be in a position to produce many products needed for our construction needs. Agrement South Africa, therefore, should not be limited to just being a certification body for products, most of which will be originating from outside the country. It must be utilized as a vehicle for inward-looking development and industrialization. This can then be supported in the long term by creating a state-owned construction company to ensure that all locally produced construction materials are procured and utilized by the state. As it currently stands, the agreement bill falls far too short on these requirements. So the EFF rejects and will not support this bill.
The IFP.
Honourable House Chairperson, the IFP support and welcome the establishment of Agrement South Africa as a jurisdictional entity, as well as the applicability of Public Finance and Management Act to this entity. The able body support and promotion of process of integrated social economic development in South Africa as it related to construction industry is crucial and must be done through the introduction, application and utilization of satisfactory innovations and technology development in a manner which will add value to the process. Agrement South Africa position is the internationally acknowledged objective South African Center for the Assessment and Certification of Innovative Non-Standardized Construction Products, System, Materials, Component and Processes, which are not fully covered by South African Bureau of Standards or Code of Practice. It must be supported. And only thing that we ask the Minister, the Deputy Minister to look at is the name of Agrement, because it doesn't actually reflect the South African names, because Agrement, sometimes you don't know what kind of a language. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any further declarations? There's no further declarations. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? There's no objections. Agreed to. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence.
Chair,
sorry.
Honourable Chair, we are objecting.
There is an objection.
Please note our objection as EFF.
We'll note your objection. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Agrement South Africa bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs on Disaster Management Bill.
I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable House Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Second reading debate, Disaster Management Bill.
I now invite the Honourable Ndakane, the chairperson of the committee, that will address the House on the bill. The Honourable Ndakane.
The Honourable Presiding Officer, Honourable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members. The Disaster Management Act 2002 was promulgated in 2003. A number of challenges were experienced in the various spheres of government in implementing all aspects of the legislation effectively. During 2010, practitioners and stakeholders in the field of disaster management, as well as research undertaken by SALCA, the African Center for Disaster Studies, amongst others, highlighted some areas which were identified either as gaps in the Principal Act or as issues which are impending on hampering the effective implementation of the Act. Given the view expressed by practitioners, academics, and other members who were participating, members of the communities, and after consultation, we have discussed with them. We then agreed that the bill need to be strengthened, need representation of traditional leaders. We need to deal with the question of management structures, that we need to incorporate obligations set out in a framework of action adopted by United Nations in 2005, to have the national platform for disaster risk reduction. We have also discussed the issue of the roles and responsibilities of organs of state in a disaster management, emphasizing the need for organs of state to assist the disaster management structures in the event of disaster or a potential disaster. We have also clarified the specific information and reporting requirement to municipal and provincial intergovernmental forums. The content of the disaster management plans by organs of state and making the applicable information available to relevant disaster management centers. We reaffirm the role of municipalities to establish capacity for the development and coordination of a multi-sector disaster management plan and implementation of disaster management functions for the municipalities. The key issues that were raised by various stakeholders during the consultation process and in the meeting that we had with them, they raised the issue. The committee met with them, have a discussion with professors, with practitioners, with members of communities who were able to come to Cape Town to have a discussion on the main issue of a disaster management amendment bill. This is not a principal bill, it's an amendment. On some of the issues was the issue of terminology. On some other areas was just the technical languages trying to be in line with national and international convention. And we have met with SALCA, we have a discussion with them. They raised some of the issues that they thought in their own view that this is an addition into the function that are given to them. We sought legal opinion, we engaged with them. They agreed that is not a new function that is assigned to them. They always have the role to play in disaster management, and SALCA is happy with this. And Honorable Presiding Officer, the committee and all members of the committee accepted the amendment as we presented. Today, we think members of the House will accept the amendment bill, and the Principal Act is still in existence. We are just amending the Principal Act. Then we think the members of this House will accept the amendment and work to ensure that all our structures set up disaster management centers in all spheres of government, but also major entities or government structure. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. There's been a request for declarations. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. While the DA will support this bill, we do have a number of concerns. But perhaps before we get there, we need to have a look at what this bill does for the country. It establishes the National Disaster Management Advisory Forum to serve as South Africa's platform for disaster risk reduction. In terms of its international obligations, in terms of the Hyogo framework of action adopted by the United Nations in 2005. So here we are aligning our legislation with international agreements and obligations. It also sets aside the National Disaster Management Centre as a component of government in terms of the Public Service Act. This is a good thing because it allows the assignment of the function of disaster management to be moved from one ministry to another as per the decisions of the President. And the head of the National Disaster Management Centre will then will report to the Minister. Brings in various amendments that allow for the Disaster Management Centre to call on other organs of state like the National Defence Force and the South African Police Services to assist it. And then it also requires that local government undertakes certain disaster risk reduction and disaster management planning activities. Now it's this area where we have some concerns because this is an item that SALGA raised, and contrary to what the chairperson of the committee said, I don't believe SALGA actually agreed at the end of the day with the assessment that this was was not a new assignment. So the problem then is, how do you fund this assignment? And this then becomes the real issue. It is our belief that we are imposing a mandate on government, on local government, that will then require them to submit plans, disaster risk reduction plans, disaster management plans, where they don't have capacity to perform that function in-house. They are then going to go to consultants, etc., incur costs, and this is then an unfunded mandate. It is this concern that we are raising. We're not saying no to the bill. We are saying it is an area that we are going to monitor, we are going to watch, and see how it develops over time. Just one other aspect that we must commend the department on, and that is the bringing of the Disaster Management Act through this amendment in line with the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. And that was signed in March 2015, so the department must be commended in that regard. The DA will support this bill.
The EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The poor in this country, particularly black people, have, as a result, not only of natural disasters, but also the infrastructural impediments of town planning of apartheid. They live under a permanent state of disaster. The Disaster Management Act and National Disaster Management Framework of 2005 as overarching policy and legislative frameworks are quite explicit on the various institutional arrangements needed for effective disaster risk management, but these structures are not in place, and when they are mostly not functioning. This amendment bill is not focusing on giving any significant substance to the need for strengthening institutional structures. It still does not clarify the role of local municipalities for disaster risk management, and still confines the role of disaster risk management to districts and metropolitan municipalities. While the content of the amendment bill makes the bold and long overdue commitment to expanding the focus of the Act to disaster risk management, the title of the bill still reflects the long-standing resistance to include proactive risk management mechanisms instead of reactive management of disaster after they happen. The name should ideally change to Disaster Risk Management Act to reflect international best practice and our commitment to decisively risk with the socio-economic vulnerabilities that expose our people to preventable disasters. This amendment bill does not deal at all with the most fundamental aspects of disaster risk management, and that is the socio-economic realities that subject poor people to preventable disasters. A prime example are the conditions of informal settlements in Cape Town. Every year in winter, our people, the poor in particular, experience the same challenges of having their informal settlement houses flooded by the winter rains in Cape Town. This amendment bill does not provide any legislative solution to the problem of this nature and has no mechanism of holding into account metropolitan councils like the DA-led city of Cape Town, which has no desire to trouble itself with the well-being of the poor and the blacks in the informal settlements. While this amendment bill is well-meaning, it does not go far enough to effect the kinds of changes we would want to see. So the EFF is not going to support it until you are serious to make proper changes. Thank you very much.
The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. As already been indicated that certain amendments had to be made to the Principal Act, And amongst other things, of course, is the discussion around disaster management and disaster reduction. And the committee was given the assurance by the department that when we refer to disaster management, disaster reduction is included in that. And we have incorporated in our discussions as the committee the areas that have been raised by the experts in the field of disaster management. And so we are pretty comfortable that moving forward, in order for the bill for it to actually make any meaningful sense to the people, these things must be taken care of. Of course, we don't expect the Act to be specific, but it should provide a framework upon which municipalities can submit their frameworks and to ensure that the frameworks are responsive to the realities on the ground as opposed to imposing a national direction. We do want to emphasize that the saga had raised serious concerns about the issues of this being a new mandate and the issue of funding on top of that. And the legal conclusion that we arrived at, or advice we were given, was that this was not a new mandate. But what is important is that National Treasury has given the assurance, and it is upon this basis that the IFP will support this bill, that funding will be made available, because we believe that funds must follow function. And so it would have been unfair to impose on municipalities the type of things that are being given to it now in terms of what it should do in the absence of providing funding. So the assurance and commitment given to us by National Treasury is by and large the basis upon which we are able to move forward to ensure that municipalities are not set up for failure by giving mandates which are unfunded and outside their jurisdiction, because it would be a futile exercise anyway to give municipalities a mandate which they are unable to execute, and a mandate which is not going to be beneficial to them. So we do expect that National Treasury will live up to its commitments and ensure that funding is made available. We also want to emphasize that municipalities must not be viewed as junior partners of government, because there does seem to be a tendency that everybody looks to municipalities as the small boys in the scheme of things when it comes to the development of the country. And it is that resistance and that unhealthy working relationship between local government and other spheres of government which is causing the resistance. And so that must be an issue that must be addressed, because we cannot afford every time that the stumbling block is relational in terms of how we're moving forward. So in supporting this bill, we want to really emphasize as the IFP that the important thing is that funding must be available, made available, to ensure that disaster management is carried out in a manner which serves the collective interests of our people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NFP.
Honourable Chairperson, the assignment of disaster management functions to all municipalities is supported. We do have a share SADC's reservations with regard to the process followed, and we also have reservations regarding the funding provision for the newly imposed obligations for municipalities. We need to ensure that we avoid creation of an unfunded mandate for municipalities, since the equitable share allocated to municipality does not include any component for disaster management. The NFP is of the belief that it is important for transparency purposes that disaster management should be well standardized so that all role players are on par as to what constitutes a disaster, what criteria to be used to determine its nature and extent, how funding is to be regulated, and who the intended beneficiaries are. Most important, however, is that a standardized and integrated disaster management system should have the minimum bureaucratic red tape for disaster relief. People who bear the brunt of a disaster are more often in most need immediately after such disaster occurred. And that is the point where relief management will have to be flexible to provide much needed support as soon as possible. Red tape could seriously dilute the effectiveness of disaster management. Despite our reservations, however, the NFP supports the disaster management bill. I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Freedom Front Plus.
Agbare voorsitter, die Vryheidsfront Plus sal hierdie wetsontwerp ondersteun, en in hierdie wetsontwerp word daar baie aandag gegee in die nasionale rampbestuursentrum. Maar ek wil vandag vir ons mense sê, agbare voorsitter, as 'n ramp plaasvind, is die belangrikste komponent van eerste optrede die plaaslike vlak van die regering. Ek het dit fisies beleef in Stilfontein in 2005 met 'n aardbewing, waar die plaaslike rampbestuur nie in staat was of bevoeg was om die situasie te kon hanteer nie. En moes hulle die plaaslike klers op kommando ingeroep het om die ramp te bestuur. Die feit van die saak is, daar bestaan nie meer so iets soos kommandos nie. En ek wil vandag vir u sê, dat as ons effektiewe rampbestuur in Suid-Afrika wil verseker, dan moet daar toegesien word, en ek wil 'n beroep op die agbare minister doen, om toe te sien dat elke plaaslike regering die nodige toerusting het en die nodige mannekrag om die behoorlike uitvoering van hulle pligte te kan uitvoer in terme van rampbestuur. Want as ons dit nie het nie, dan kan ek u verseker, gaan die gevolge van die ramp net groter wees. Want ons weet, effektiewe rampbestuur is juis om die nadele, of kan ons amper sê die slegte gevolge van 'n ramp so ver moontlik te beperk. Daarom ons sal dit ondersteun, maar ek doen 'n ernstige beroep op die minister om te verseker dat die eerste vlak van optrede in rampbestuur, dat hulle behoorlik toegerus is, behoorlik opgelei is om dit te kan doen. Ek dank u.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Go.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of the Hyogo framework of action adopted by the UN in 2005, our country has to align with it to achieve national disaster risk reduction. Risk reduction is more important than risk mitigation. The bill provides for the establishment of the National Disaster Management Center as a government component in terms of the Public Service Act. Whenever that happens, NDMC will be competent to call on the Defense Force, on the police, and any other organ of state to assist the disaster management structures when required. NDMC is also empowered in the bill to interact with a relevant provincial disaster management center to avert a disaster or to manage it. All relevant organs of state will have to participate in an extended reporting system to the NDMC on the progress being made in implementing measures in this bill that relate to them. They need to prepare on how to respond swiftly and correctly. What happened, for example, in Nepal should serve as a warning to us as South Africans. After a disaster, the government must have a plan and the capacity to implement post-disaster recovery and rehabilitation measures. All parties must report on the kind of the specific problems experienced by any organ of state in dealing with a disaster. This is important, Chairperson, to record. Areas overlooked are financial control in the post-disaster and rebuilding a period and the inclusion of persons and NGOs with disaster management expertise. The Minister must, at an early stage, provide this House with details of how organs of state are preparing for climate change impacts. COPE will support this, but the early mapping of risks, potential disaster areas, and endangered ecosystems have got to be looked at. We also want to look at a thorough mapping of communities and households that are vulnerable to physical and human-induced threats. What the Minister has got to do
Honourable
These
Member, your time is now expired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. The ANC would like to thank and appreciate the support that all parties are giving for this amendment bill. We just want to clarify two aspects. And before I clarify these two aspects, I wish to say that the ANC has received, the committee has received two opinions, one from the state law advisors and the second one from the legal division of Parliament. And all the opinions are agreeing that this amendment bill does not introduce new assignment to local government. It re-emphasizes the functions that local governments have been having in terms of disaster management. So there is no issue about the new assignment. With regard to SALGA discussion, SALGA has been sufficiently accommodated. The views that SALGA has raised have been sufficiently accommodated in the amendment bill, and we think that as part of the implementation of the bill, we will continue to engage with SALGA to identify those difficulties that might exist during the process of implementation. The issue about the risk, disaster risk reduction versus disaster management. For us, Honorable House Chair, it's a matter of semantics because the bill sufficiently identify and list the activities that constitute risk reduction. And therefore, as the ANC would like to submit that the bill assist in terms of making sure that the necessary structures are created for us to be able to respond to disaster management. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? There's no objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill.
So, Chairperson, would like you to record the objection of the EFF.
Objection will be recorded.
Thank you very much. Of Mr. Cash.
Are there any further objections? No further objections. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Disaster Management Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of recommendation of candidates to fill vacancies on Council of Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, ICASA.
I now invite the Honourable Member from the committee to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is the report of the Portfolio Committee on Communications on the filling of the 5 council vacancies on Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, that's ICASA. The Portfolio Committee on Communications considered 2 letters from the Minister of Communications informing the Assembly that the terms of office of Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, Councillors Mr. William Curry and Mr. Joseph Leboa, will expire on 3rd September 2014, and the terms of office of Mr. William Stark and Ms. Ntombizoto Ndlovu on 31st October 2014, and informing the Assembly that she accepted the resignation of Dr. Mashia Sotkikwa, a councillor of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, with effect from 31st January 2015. The committee advertised the call for nominations of persons to serve in the ICASA Council. 85 nominations were received and considered by the committee. On 17 March 2015, the committee adopted the following names as a subcommittee to shortlist and recommend appointments. Honorable J.C. Mulwe Muropa, Chairperson and NC Member, Honorable G. Davis, DA, Honorable M. Dlozi, EFF, Honorable Sotesi, ANC, Honorable Tedi, ANC, Honorable Kekana, ANC, Honorable Madisha Kou, Honorable G. Davis, was subsequently replaced by Honorable Van Dijk from the same party, DA. On 5th May 2015, the subcommittee recommended to the Portfolio Committee that the following 12 candidates be shortlisted for the interview process. That is Mr. Dirazakhai Mauke, Mr. Kiabetu Mudimueng, Mr. Lance Rosfield, Mr. Lumkom Timde, Mr. Peris Mashile, Mr. Peter Hlapulusa, Mr. Peter Zimri, Mr. Silom Lefe, Mr. Tamsanga Denteni, Mr. Yangwayo Kuta, Ms. Butlenyana Mokhele, and Ms. Dimakato Kosha. On 2 June 2015, the subcommittee interviewed all the above-mentioned candidates, with the exception of Mr. Silom Lefe and Mr. Lance Rothschild, who withdrew from the process. The committee recommends to the House that the following 8 names be sent to the Minister in order to fill 5 vacancies in the ICASA Council. That is Ms. Butlenyana Mokhele, Advocate Makato Kosha, Mr. Lumkom Timde, Mr. Yangwayo Kuta, Mr. Tamsangan Tenteni, Mr. Peter Zimri, Mr. Kiabetu Mudimueng, and Mr. Peris Mashile. The committee notes the objection of Honorable Van Dijk from DA on the nominations of Mr. Lumkom Timde and Mr. Tamsangan Tenteni. I thank you, Chairperson.
There's been requests for declarations. I now invite the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The DA objects to 2 of the 8 names to be recommended to Minister Mutambi for appointment to the ICASA Council. The first is Mr. Lumkom Timde, who is openly and unapologetically supportive of the Media Appeals Tribunal, first proposed by the ANC back in 2007. We object to his appointment on the grounds that the ICASA needs councillors whose instincts are to promote media freedom and not to curtail it. The second candidate we object to is Mr. Tami Ntenteni, who we believe is ineligible for the council on account of a criminal record. Reports in the public domain indicate that in 1998, the BMW that Mr. Ntenteni was driving on the Ben Schoeman Highway in Gauteng crashed into a Volkswagen Passat from behind at high speed. 1 woman was killed and another 3 people were injured. The courts found Mr. Ntenteni guilty of driving under the influence of alcohol and culpable homicide. It is understood that he was sentenced to at least 3 years in prison, which would explain the gap on his CV between 1998 and 2001. The ICASA Act states that a person may not be appointed to the council if they have been sentenced to a period of imprisonment exceeding 1 year without the option of a fine. It is therefore highly unlikely that Mr. Ntenteni is eligible to serve on the ICASA Council. Honourable Chairperson, I raised this matter with the Portfolio Chairperson, the Chairperson of the Communications Portfolio Committee over 1 week ago. She told me yesterday that Mr. Ntenteni had been vetted by the State Security Agency and that no trace of a criminal record could be found. This is difficult to believe given reports in the public domain as well as Mr. Ntenteni's own admission in this week's Sunday Times that he did in fact commit this crime. The DA cannot support Mr. Ntenteni's appointment until we have answers to all the questions relating to his criminal record. I thank you.
Are there any further declarations? The EFF.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. The EFF as well wishes to object to some of these names, but fundamentally we want to register that there has to be a process of strengthening this institution to really reflect the Chapter 9 institution that the independent regulator is called for by the Constitution. Until such an amendment is there, it's going to be very difficult ever to think about an independent ICASA board, and we are seeing that there is a crisis of the ministerial interference, particularly the Minister of Communications in the state institutions like the SABC, but also this one stands the similar challenges that we are seeing being demonstrated in the department with regards to the SABC. We are also, the complied list of candidates presented by the PC on communications in March this year, and the process that was followed to select candidates to fill vacancies in the Council of ICASA leaves a bitter taste, as when 4 council members were dismissed by the Minister of Communication without a clear explanation and before they completed their duties. The candidates list, which had names of contravening figures, some accused of soliciting sexual favors from employees and some with cases of culpable homicide, drunk driving, and other irresponsible behavior, was a clear indication this exercise was not to appoint a reliable council but consolidate a collection of potential lapdogs. So again, these appointments reflect not a proper engagement on the part of the committee independently, but an imposition, as it always happens in this committee with all of its work, of Luthuli House candidates. So the EFF objects.
Are there any further declarations? May I ask those parties who want to make declarations just to move to the waiting bench to save us time, please?
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson and members of this Honourable House, the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa has not performed very well since it has been placed under the new Communications Department, a move which has led to diminished independence as a Chapter 9 institution and severely underfunded in resources. The lacuna which we had been created in the council when Minister Matumbo gave 4 councillors their marching orders last year has, in our view, severely compromised the effectiveness of the council. The NFP wishes to raise its concern about the lengthy delay in filling vacancies. 4 of the vacancies have been left unattended since September 2014. We suggest that in time to review the prescribed appointment procedures so as to accelerate the filling of any unplanned and unforeseen vacancies that may arise from time to time. We support the inclusion of all candidates shortlisted with the exception of Mr. Lumko Mtimde and Mr. Mtenteni. The NFP notes that of the 8 candidates shortlisted, only 2 are women. We would have hoped that the shortlist would have been more reflective of South Africa's gender demographics. I thank you.
Are there any further declarations? There being no further declarations, honourable members, the question before the House is that the following list of candidates be submitted to the Minister of Communications for consideration for appointment as councillors to ICASA. Ms. Botlenyana Mkhele, Advocate Dimakatso Kocha, Mr. Lumko Mtinde, Mr. Tamsanka Ntenteni, Mr. Yengwayo Kuta, Mr. Peter Zimri, Mr. Kaibechwa Modimweng, and Mr. Perez Mashile. Are there any objections? There are objections, so I'll put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Honourable Chair, we call for a division.
Honourable Chief Whip of the Opposition, did you rise for the same thing? Okay. Honourable members, division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
En slaap vandag.
Order, honourable members, please be seated. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, we are aware that the division haven't been called, but there has been discussions amongst the chief whips, and I now recognize the chief whip of the majority party.
Honourable House Chair, we move the postponement of this item and we'll bring it back when it has been dealt with.
Yes. The item will thus be dealt with once it has been processed by the different political parties. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, we will now take orders 6 to 13 together as they appear on the order paper. These are the reports of the Committee on Public Accounts. Order, honourable members. I now call upon the Honourable Gordy.
Thank you.
Order, honourable members.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair, comrades and honourable members.
Order, honourable members.
I stand to present on behalf of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts its first to eighth reports, which comprise 4 unauthorized expenditure reports and 4 annual reports. Let me start, Honourable Chair, by thanking members of the committee for their diligence and solidarity. We have thus far maintained the committee's tradition of working as a team, never taking our eyes off the ball. As the protector of the public purse, we have a collective national responsibility to ensure compliance with the PFMA and Treasury regulations in the main. We call upon portfolio committees to close ranks with us to work collaboratively in ensuring full accountability by the executive to Parliament and to our people. We also want to extend our appreciation to the committee staff for the work they do to keep us going. Unauthorized expenditure is when expenditure occurs beyond the budget allocation. The House deals with unauthorized expenditure as per the provisions of sections 34 and 38 of the PFMA. When unauthorized expenditure is incurred, the affected departments write a detailed explanation to National Treasury, which in turn sends an explanatory note to SCOPA with its recommendations. SCOPA then calls National Treasury and the affected departments to appear before it for thorough discussions. It is only then that we prepare a report for this House to adopt. So the reports in front of you, comrades and honourable members, are a product of that thorough process. We are putting before this House for approval of the unauthorized expenditure of the Presidency, the Department of Social Development, Department of Trade and Industry, and the Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities as a direct charge against the
Honourable
National Revenue Fund.
Honourable Gordy, will you just take your seat? Honourable members, there's too much noise in the House, and there's members sitting in the passages. Will you take up your allocated seats, please? Thank you. Continue, Honourable Member.
Chair, I thought I had 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Okay, all right. Having said that, SCOPA would like to stress that departments must stick to their budget allocations, manage expenditure prudently. There is no money lying around to bail them out. They must do more with little, cut down on non-essentials, prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure as well as regular expenditure. Chair, comrades and honourable members, we also present our reports on the 2013-14 annual reports of the Department of Defence, International Relations and Cooperation, Military Veterans, and the Property Management Trading Entity of the Department of Public Works. On DERCO, there are issues with supply chain management, human resource, and IT. We are particularly appalled by the mismanagement of the African Renaissance Fund, our financial instrument of Pan-African solidarity. The Director General is weak on consequence management. We call on the Minister to ensure that the DG does his work of taking firm action against officials who do not adhere to the prescripts of the law. Although the Department of Defense has a qualification due to intangible asset management, we're impressed by the attitude of the Secretary for Defense. We hope the department can for the first time get an unqualified audit opinion. We appreciate the establishment of the Internal Audit Unit, the Audit Committee, and the acquisition of a building to house the Internal Audit Unit. If Defense can get it right, surely there can be no excuse for other departments. The committee wants the amounts used for consultants and outsourcing to be reduced instead of going up. 3.3 billion rands is a lot of money. The property management trading entity, even though it has only a qualified audit opinion, has serious issues that require urgent attention. The issues of lease management, accruals, and investigations need speedy resolution. The Department of Military Veterans is in a sorry state. With a disclaimer of opinion, we are calling on the department to submit a turnaround strategy within 60 days from today to address the root causes of non-compliance, weak internal controls, instances of misconduct, as well as action taken. The NDP calls for the building of a capable state. Every public servant must answer to the question of what their contribution is in this regard. The executive have responsibilities in terms of the PFMA. They also must ensure that there is leadership stability in departments so that the correct culture of compliance with laws and regulations can be built and sustained. Honorable Chair, on behalf of the committee, I present these reports to the House for adoption. I thank you.
Honourable members, there's been a request for declarations. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Honourable Chair, the DA supports 6 of the 8 reports. 2 we cannot support. It is inconceivable that 37.4 million rand of trade and industry unauthorized expenditure, can simply be written off. Some on the basis that the recovery of money would cause undue hardship to an ex-employee who owes that money. We are also being asked to write off other monies owed by ex-employees because it's uneconomical to recover these. So the message to state employees is that you can take the money that you are not entitled to, and you will not be forced to repay the money as long as it's not too much. Where are the consequences that the ANC keeps pontificating about? Then, Honourable Chair, we have the presidency. Oh, Babo. I-President Zuma ufika la ekhaya, uyenza ama-joke, uyahleka. Oh, uthi lendlo yakhe eyakwe nemali yabantu bethu ayikho inkinga khona, ayikho. Kule sonto edlulile lapha ne-Great Town, nomngani wakhe uMavundla kade bevula i-mall laphana, uyasichazela khona ukuthi uzowakhe i-mall eyakhe eNkandla. Kodwa uyaphuthuma ukuthi angayinayo imali mina kuyithenga impahla kulelo store. Hawu, ucabanga ukuthi siyislima yini? Kampela abantu bethu bahlakaniphile. Bayabona lento ukuthi uyadlala ngathi. Bazobona kampela ukuthi imosi imali yethu. Honourable Chair, Parliament is being asked to write off 45.5 million of unauthorized expenditure from the presidency. Some of that relates to the president's mediation attempts in Zimbabwe. And we all know how that turned out. Just ask the millions of Zimbabweans who go hungry every day. That money was well spent. Clearly, President Zuma enjoys all the benefits of freedom and opportunity, but it is surely at the expense of our people who, by this write-off of unauthorized expenditure, are being robbed of their freedom and opportunity to be able to find a job and live in dignity. Madam Speaker, there is no fairness
Honourable Member, your time
condoning
is
this
now expired.
unauthorized expenditure. The Democratic Alliance ngeke support log.
The EFF.
The EFF objects to this report with the contempt it deserves and will not support its recommendations to condone unauthorized expenditure to be paid by taxpayers' money. You are asking us to condone kleptocratic culture, which basically promotes gluttony in many instances. We cannot be asked to come here and condone the waste of 100 million rands by President Zuma and his ministers. Parliament is not the rubber stamp of the ANC. This has happened under the watch of many opposition parties since 1921, since 1994, including under the DA, who pretend to be holding government accountable. The EFF is not going to be the party, is not going to be party to this criminal conduct by the ANC. You should be ashamed for the audacity to request Parliament to condone this waste. The Constitution requires National Treasury to ensure that there are adequate expenditure controls in government. Minister Nhlanhla Nene and his predecessors have failed with flying colors in ensuring that government has adequate internal control measures in place. By your own admission, National Treasury says government has no system in place to ensure that the department doesn't overspend on its budget. Minister Nhlanhla Nene comes to stand here every year to dish out money for his ANC comrades to just eat. How can you, after 21 years in government, not have adequate control system in place unless it is not in your interest to have such systems in place? By doing nothing, National Treasury is concluding with these departments to allow their ANC deployees to steal taxpayers' money without any fear of accountability. To place the burden on taxpayers' money when they contribute most towards tax revenue, face sickening electricity tariffs, e-tolls, and increasing cost is a living criminal. SCOPA is the only committee we expect not to function in accordance with the instructions of Gwede Mantashe, but it has failed the public. It is obvious that the chairperson is too comfortable and too close to Lutuli House. We are told there are even money bags circulating in his home. He has overstayed his welcome. It is time for the EFF to chair that committee, because we will make sure that President Jacob Zuma pays back the money. The committee has condoned unauthorized expenditure in millions without any criminal or disciplinary measures instituted against those who have wasted taxpayers' funds. No money is recovered. With 100 million rands, we would have built 1,000 decent houses, sent about 500 students to university for 3-year full degrees paid, including accommodation and food, or employ additional 300 grade 1 nurses for rural clinic and hospitals in the current budgetary constraints. This is a lot of money. Unauthorized expenditure in the presidency could have been prevented. But President Zuma and his family think that government money is their personal purse, like the chickens and the kettles in their kraal. We'll never support this, and we make yet another demand that you must pay back the money.
The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The IFP will be supporting 7 out of the 8 reports. And having gone through the process in the committee of dealing with these matters, we are in a comfortable position to say that the committee has done its work diligently, except on the issue of the presidency. Because if we do not have consequences and we do not hold people accountable, this kind of behavior is going to continue. And the fact that up to now there isn't a portfolio committee to oversee the work of the presidency has landed us in this mess, whereby 2 events for the national orders are held in 1 year, and all sorts of other junkets being taken across the world, expeditions and excursions and visits and so on, and it's the taxpayer that must fund all of this. Secondly, the failure of the committee in this regard to have the details of the legal costs which the presidency is involved in, presented to the committee is a major indictment when we demanded from all the other departments that they present to us line items in terms of how much had been spent on what and so on and so forth. When it comes to the presidency, there's this protection and it's being placed in a cocoon whereby nobody can be able to touch it. Now, on that basis, we cannot possibly, in the collective interest of saving the taxpayers' monies, and endorse that the unauthorized expenditure of the presidency be endorsed by the House. So there does need to be stronger accountability and oversight on the presidency to ensure that the monies that are spent in accordance with the annual performance plans, they are spent in accordance with the programs which the presidency has presented. But if they don't present them to anybody, how can we then possibly hold them accountable and expect that at the very end, then we'll do corrective action? Secondly, I want to applaud the intervention of the committee in ensuring that we do not punish the Department of Women, because what had happened was that National Treasury called on us to deduct the unauthorized expenditure from the current budget, and we as a committee arrived at a conclusion that it would be unfair for us to do that, and I'm glad that we arrived at that working conclusion, because it was the previous minister who ran this department to the ground, and it is now we have to now resurrect it and resuscitate it to ensure that it is able to move forward. I want to say that albeit all the other challenges that may be placed over SCOPA, the committee is well on track in cleaning sweep the mess that is in government departments, and we will hold people accountable because we want to make sure that consequences are followed through. People who are guilty of transgressions and dereliction of duty must be punished. It can't go on as business as usual when the masses of our people find themselves in poverty every day, and there are people
Honourable Member, your time is now
wasting
expired.
the money of our people without any consequences. So we will walk the talk which we are talking. Thank you.
Are there any further declarations? The ANC?
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Lies, I was really disappointed with the way that you were dramatizing the whole thing. The unauthorized expenditure from the presidency of 2008-2009 comprises of the following economic classifications. 2.73 million was incurred from national orders, which was brought forward with the result that it had to be funded from a financial year in which it was not initially budgeted for. Most of the litigations were because, and the monies that were incurred, it was because nobody could predict the time and the length of those legal fees. But Chairperson, I want to emphasize the annual reports and what we have agreed on as the ANC. We support all the reports that have been presented by the Chairperson here. ANC in its January 8th celebrations last year emphasized to deal with and root out corruption through the President Jacob Zuma. We are committed as a committee to deal with corruption. And as a committee, I think if anybody is going through our processes, you can all tell that we are indeed committed to protect the fiscus of the country. PFMA was passed 15 years ago, and as we celebrate it, we have to make sure that all of us are committed to make sure that we comply with all that is said in the PFMA and the Treasury regulations. However, we do have officials who are not committed in doing their work. Most of departments have actually improved from disclaimers to qualified reports because of the work that we are doing as SCOPA. Most of departments come to Parliament and they make commitments through their strategic plans. And through those strategic plans, they set out specific goals that they have to achieve. Most of the departments have achieved the specific targets, but others are not, because you find that most of the officials are not adhering to the treasury regulations. And the problem that we find in most of the departments that we are dealing with today is that you find that one official has defrauded state from one department, and they are being recycled from one department to the other. And as a result, there's no consequences. And we are saying as SCOPA, especially as the ANC members, that we are going to make sure that those officials are taken care of seriously. That we are going to work with Public Service Commission to make sure that we name and shame all these officials. There are other officials who are also doing business with the state, and we are saying as SCOPA that we'll make sure that we root out corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Order, Honourable Members. I now recognise the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable House Chair, I move that the reports be adopted.
The motion is that the reports be adopted. Are there any objections? There are objections. I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Honourable Chair, we are calling for a division on unauthorized expenditure.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
Honourable Chairperson, I think during the declaration, some of the speakers indicated that they will be supporting some of the orders and not the others. I don't know how you're going to deal with that, because now you're putting all the reports together for voting. Thanks.
House Chair, the Democratic Alliance is opposed to only 6 and 8. So if we go ahead with the EFF suggestion, we're going to have to divide on every single report now.
Chairperson, Honorable Chair, the 5 minutes is finished. Can you please vote? Please be patient.
No, but we can't be held at ransom.
No,
by
there's a clock here in front.
No,
We're
but
following the clock.
We're checking on our clock as well. The 5 minutes is finished.
No, order, honorable members. Order.
We can't be held at ransom by the
Order, honorable members. Just
so
relax.
please.
Just relax.
Can we please vote?
When you say orders to vote, you don't reproduce any of what actually happened. You just reproduce the order from the order paper, and at the top it says orders to vote. That must be order. It must be an order. Yeah. Tomorrow, the chief will.
Order, honorable members. Will you take up your allocated seats? Honourable members, just after the Honourable Ndlozi called for the revision, the Honourable Singh raised a point of order, and it is sustained, is correct. While the debate can be dealt as one, we'll have to deal with each of the reports separately in terms of the question. So we'll put each of the reports, and then we'll take a decision on them. The first report that I want to put to the House is the consideration of the first report of the Committee on Public Accounts on unauthorized expenditure of the Presidency. I now recognize the Honourable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable House Chair, I move that this report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Yes. There are objections. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
A presidency, the EFF calls a division on the unauthorized expenditure in the presidency.
A division have been called for. The bells will be rung for 30 seconds. Order, honourable members. Order. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from the allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed. The question before the House is that the report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on unauthorized expenditure of the Presidency be adopted. Are all members in the allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the report be adopted should press the yes button, and those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. Those in favour 191, those against 105, and there's no abstentions. The report is thus adopted. Honourable members, I now put the second report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on unauthorized expenditure of the Department of Social Development. I now recognize the Honourable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
House Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There is an objection. I will thus put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
The EFF calls for a division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 30 seconds. Order, honourable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. The question before the House is that the report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on unauthorised expenditure of the Department of Social Development be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the report be adopted should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 283, those against 15, and there's one abstention. The motion is thus agreed to. Order, honourable members. I now put to you the third report of the Committee on Public Accounts on unauthorised expenditure in the Department of Trade and Industry. I now recognise the Honourable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable House Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There are objections. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
The EFF calls for a division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 30 seconds. Order, honourable members, you are reminded that you may only vote from your allocated seat. The question before the House is that the report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on unauthorised expenditure of the Department of Trade and Industry be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the report be adopted should press the yes button. And those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 211, those against 91, and there are no abstentions. The motion is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I now put to you the consideration of the fourth report of the Committee on Public Accounts on unauthorised expenditure of the Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities. I now recognise the Honourable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable House Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
The EFF calls for a division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 30 seconds. Honourable members, you are reminded that you may only vote from your allocated seat. The question before the House is that the fourth report of the Committee of Public Accounts on unauthorised expenditure of the Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the report should press the yes button. And those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 288, those against no 14, and there are no abstentions. The report is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I now put to you the consideration of the fifth report of the Committee on Public Accounts on the report of the Auditor General on the annual report and financial statements of the Department of Defence for the 2013-2014 financial year. I now recognize the Honourable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable House Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
The EFF calls for a division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 30 seconds. Honourable members, order. The question before the House is that the report of the Committee on Public Accounts on the report of the Auditor General on annual report and financial statements of the Department of Defence for the 2013-14 financial year be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the report should press the yes button. Those in favour of the report should press the yes button. Those against the report should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 286, those against 15, and there are no abstentions. The motion is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I now put to you the consideration of the sixth report of the Committee on Public Accounts on the report of the Auditor General on annual report and financial statements of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation for the 2013-2014 financial year. I now recognize the Honourable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable House Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There is an objection. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
The EFF calls for a division,
A division
on
having
unauthorized
been called for,
expenditure.
the bells will be rung for 30 seconds. Order, honourable members, will you please take up your seats? The question before the House is that the report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on the report of the Auditor General on annual report and financial statements of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation for the 2013-2014 financial year be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Yes. Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the report should press the yes button. Yes. And those against the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 288, those against 12, and there are no abstentions. The motion is accordingly agreed to. Honourable members, I put to you the consideration of the 7th report of the Committee on Public Accounts on the report of the Auditor General. Order, honourable members, on the annual report and financial statements of the Department of Military Veterans for the 2013 financial year. I now recognize the Honourable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable House Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There are objections. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
The EFF calls for a division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 30 seconds. Order, honourable members. The question before the House is that the report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on the report of the Auditor General on the annual report and financial statements of the Department of Military Veterans for the 2013-2014 financial year be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will commence. Those in favour of the report should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 291, those against 12, and there is one abstention. The motion is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I now put to you the consideration of the 8th report of the Committee on Public Accounts on the report of the Auditor General on the annual report and financial statements of the Property Management Trading Entity for the 2013-2014 financial year. I recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable House Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There are objections. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against should say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the EFF calls for a division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be run for 30 seconds. Order, honourable members. Order. The question before the House is that the 8th report of the Committee on Public Accounts on the report of the Auditor General on the annual report and financial statements of the Property Management Trading Entity for the 2013-2014 financial year be agreed to. Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the report should press the yes button, and those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 288, those against 12, and there is 1 abstention. The motion is thus agreed to. Honourable members, the Secretary will read the 14th and 15th orders.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training on 2013-2014 annual report of National Skills Fund and National Skills Authority. Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training on 2013-2014 annual report of Local Government Sector Education and Training Authority and Services Sector Education and Training Authority.
I now recognize the chairperson of the committee, the Honourable Posa, who will introduce the reports.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I rise to table the NSF and the NSA reports on behalf of the committee. On the 29th of October 2014, the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training met with the NSF and NSA entities to assess their financial and non-financial performance for the 2013-14 financial year. Now, the findings were as follows. As per Section 27 of Skills Development Act of 1998, the mandate of the Skills Fund is find identified projects in the National Skills Development Strategy as national priorities, fund projects related to the achievement of the purpose of the Act. The report acknowledges that progress has been made with regards to the entity in the last financial year. Concerns have been raised that relate to several issues such as the high vacancy rate, which could have an impact on projects monitoring and evaluation. Inaccuracies that were found in the annual report 2013-14 that relate to its financial statements, as well as unreliable and vague targets and underachievement of targets for the 2013-14 period. Concerns were raised about the inadequate record and information management system for the financial and performance reporting. Strides have been achieved in funding the national skills development priorities as identified in the National Skills Development Strategy 3, National Growth Path, IPEP, and MTSF 2009 to 2014. Funding of the infrastructure development for the post-school education and training institutions to expand access and success to education and training was commended, as well as unspent CETA surpluses funding was transferred to the NSF to be used on other priorities. Therefore, it was recommended that delinking of NSF from the Department of Higher Education and Training should be accelerated. Filling vacant posts should be prioritized. Clear performance indicators would be developed to monitor the performance of the funded learners. On the mandate of the National Skills Authority, the committee found that the mandate of the National Skills Authority is to review skills development legislative framework, development framework to mobilize business, government, labor, and community to take ownership
of the National Skills Development Strategy. Support the development of a post-school education and training system that encourages society to build a developmental state and encourage research, development of an innovation that promote beneficiation and business enterprise. Its main purpose is to advise the minister and liaise with sector education and training authorities and the National Skills Development Strategy. Concerns were raised about inadequate financial reporting, though it received money from the NSF and the Department of Higher Education and Training. Commendable is its continued advice to the minister with regards to skills development issues, and the SETA's recommendation was made to increase its research capacity. Honorable Chair, I table the report for consideration by the House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable House Chair.
Chairperson of the Higher Education Committee can then take her seat. Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable House Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
Declarations having been received, I now recognize the DA.
Chairperson, the DA objects to the second of these two reports because we don't believe that this report goes far enough. Many of the country's 21 seaters are deeply dysfunctional. The Auditor General tells us every year how appallingly managed many of them are. We believe that seaters should be scrapped and the funds used directly for the training of students. Here's why. As is the case with many projects managed by the ANC-led government, the average seater has a particular life cycle which looks like this. The seater is born with great fanfare and reference to values such as Ubuntu, liberation, the Freedom Charter, and the struggle against white monopoly capital. The hubris is palpable. In its childhood, the seater develops a strategic plan, which is hugely ambitious and looks good on paper. In its adolescence, the seater, however, goes off the rails, like a teenager who gets hooked on drugs. But these are not chemical drugs, they are the drugs of money and patronage. People start stealing. They fail to meet their targets. They under or overspend, and they appoint the wrong people into jobs they can't do. Things sink into the familiar mire of ANC mismanagement and disaster. An entire layer of rent-seeking parasites grows upon the fat of the seater, pretending to offer educational opportunities, but in fact simply making money. The Department of Higher Education, of course, gets to the point where it can no longer ignore the failures of the seater and puts it into rehab, or as is more commonly known, under administration. An administrator comes in who develops that wonderful thing, a turnaround strategy. The turnaround strategy is presented to us as a great step forward. It makes little reference to the great step backwards which preceded it. Chairperson, you only need a turnaround strategy if you have failed in the first place. Under the administrator, some progress is made. In rare cases, the seater actually gets fixed. But often the period of rehab is followed by a severe relapse as soon as the administrator leaves. The drugs of theft and patronage prove irresistible, and the cycle starts all over again. Chairperson, one of these perpetually adolescent institutions is the local government seater, perhaps the most unsuccessful and incompetent in the country. It is now under administration, and it is doubtful that when the period of administration ends, it will be fixed. The committee has made stringent recommendations to the department, but will these recommendations be taken seriously, or will this important seater be allowed to sink further into the mud of incompetence that characterizes local government in general? We believe seaters have no sustainable future, and the funds again should be taken away from the rent-seeking parasites and given to students for their education. Thank you.
The EFF.
Honorable House Chair, when the new regime on the skills for South Africans was re-engineered, there were many hopes, in particular around the earlier failures when the majority of the skills areas were linked to Department of Labor. When they were now linked to the new department called the Higher Education and Training, hope was then revealed, but hope soon died on the road, just like it has always been found in Hopeville. The National Skills Fund and the National Skills Authority were meant to drive the skill base of poor South Africans to higher levels. With a total revenue of over 4 billion, the National Skills Fund has failed completely to do any of its tasks. One of those things that characterizes these are the vacancy rate of 60% and the fact that the Skills Fund still has links with the department, which also calls for a lot of political interference and political re-engineering from time to time. It fails to achieve its targets around upskilling and ensuring that South Africa has a collection of skills in particular, as we need more than 432,000 technicians. We need more than 216 middle managers. We need, in a range of professions, we need approximately 178 professionals that were supposed to have been pulled through the system. The system has not even moved an inch. The National Skills Fund claimed to have given up to 1.2 billion for undergraduate bursaries and post-degree or postgraduate scholarships. It has about 1.1 billion in the bank unallocated, which, watch the space as we go closer to elections, it will be immediately allocated to devious programs that you will never even know what is it that they will achieve. As the EFF, we reject this, and we feel that our people deserve better, and our people deserve a new deal in skills. Another big problem that has followed the South African local government era, it is the local government SETA. This SETA has been not once, but on several occasions been committed to a rehab. It has been not once, on several occasions, been given best persons to lead it. But because of the inherent inability of the initial collective that sits in that SETA, they are driven, they are planning the downfall of each and every senior executive that comes into this SETA.
Honourable Member, your time
This
is up.
SETA will never be re-engineered, and it will never be able to be of use to any local government.
Honourable Mbata,
we
can you
reject
take
all
your
of them.
seat? IFP.
Honourable Chair.
Honourable Ndlozi, what is the point of order?
Yeah, Honourable Chairperson, we are of the opinion that when the House is sitting, no committee should be sitting concurrently. And we're being sent messages that we must go attend a subcommittee on the review of rules. And we've got business in the House. Can you please give an instruction that the committee must be dissolved until we are done as the National Assembly? Because we're expected for all of us, if the National Assembly is sitting, to be here.
I will communicate with the national
Thank you.
table and they will discuss with the chairperson concerned. IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Having served in the Portfolio Committee for Higher Education and Training, I know that the Honourable Minister has been very concerned about the performance of all the sitters. I know that the reasons for which these sitters were established are very noble indeed, but their performance, most of them, if not all of them, has been very disappointing. The two sitters we are talking about, the local government sitter and the services SETA have been found by the Auditor General as the worst performing SETAs. The local government is struggling with skilled artisans because the SETA, which is supposed to be supplying the local government with skilled people, is not doing that. If we read the report in the ATC, you'll find that instead of doing their work, these sitters or those in charge are paying themselves huge bonuses. As we talk now, the recommendation by the Portfolio Committee was that these officials be charged, but we haven't heard anything about what action has been taken by the department. I'm waiting for any sane person to give me a justification why these sitters should not, I'm lacking the adjective, the correct adjective, scrapped. Scrapped, yeah, I think that's the best adjective. I sympathize with you, Honourable Minister, that you mean well, but these sitters are really disappointing you. I'm sure you agree with us that instead of wasting taxpayers' money, they should be scrapped. Don't you think so, Honourable Minister?
On a point of order, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Mponchane. Honourable Minister.
I think Honourable Mponchane mustn't cause confusion in the House. We are not talking about sweethearts, we are talking about sitters.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Did I say sweethearts? I thought I was hearing myself saying sitters.
Okay. Okay, Honourable Mponchane, you can proceed.
I know my friend there. I know my friend there, you know. I would be
Your time will be up
I would be telling you a story when together with him we went to Cuba, how he used to use the sweethearts, you know.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members, I'm told that by the NA table that the subcommittee is preparing for the Rules Committee that's sitting tomorrow. So I'm sure they'll be communicating with relevant parties accordingly. I was just responding to the matter that I said I would clarify on.
Honourable Chairperson, respectfully we are submitting. When we are here in the National Assembly, we get prejudiced that we can't participate as well as members of the subcommittee because we've got business in the House. This is a multi-party democracy parliament and we're appealing. They can wait. We have the last debate that is taking place through you. Give an instruction that they halt the process until we are done with the House business. It's very simple.
Order, honourable member. I think that matter, as indicated, can further be discussed with the chairperson of the committee together with the different whips of parties.
No.
Honourable Malima, are you rising on a point of order? Okay, what's the point of order?
You know, we represent some of the smallest parties here, and they will have to be on the other side at the same time this side. And it is practically impossible, Chairperson. We are pleading, please, we want to focus on the business of this parliament here. Please, let's dissolve that committee so that even the smallest parties can participate in these proceedings or those proceedings. That's what we're appealing for.
Thank you, honourable members. That's exactly why I was communicating with the NA table, and together with them and the chair of the committee, they will discuss with the respective parties and find an amicable solution. Thank you. Honourable Kubisa.
Chairperson, the NFP concurs with the PC that the delays in the appointment of the new board of the NSA by the minister is a cause for concern. It is of concern that the NSF is still under the DHET. The view that the NSF be made a legal persona is supported by the NFP. This will allow a clear space for accountability. The NSFAS has not yet developed performance indicators to track its beneficiaries as to whether the funded learners are succeeding in the funded skills development projects. The time taken to start building TVET colleges is concerning. The building of TVET colleges must be fast-tracked. Some sitters are not performing the way that they should, and the NFP is concerned about that. And also the fact that the NFP is worried that there are sitters that still have a backlog of outstanding certificates in the current year. Why are they not releasing certificates? And that must be done with immediate effect. Chairperson, thank you very much.
Are there any declarations? Honorable Kekana.
Honorable Chair, we in the ANC acknowledge all the discrepancies that are pointed out, but we're saying that there is hope in education, and actually the situation has improved because we're producing students that are achieving well, but we do acknowledge that we still have a long way to go because we come from a situation where, for example, in NSFAS's responsibility, a lot of students come from disadvantaged backgrounds and can't afford from their own families. They need to be funded to achieve education. But, I mean, we don't lose hope, and we are confident that we're going to achieve, to use education to combat.
On a point of order, Chair.
Order, Honorable Kekane, can you take a seat? Honorable Chief Whip.
Look, I'm from outside. There's a committee which is sitting there when the House is in session. The parliamentary rules and procedure and process do not allow that another committee must sit there when the session is sitting now. We rightfully should be participating there to determine the rules process, and we want to participate here, all of us. It's not allowed. We must dissolve that committee or dissolve this House.
Thank you, Honorable Shibambo. As indicated, the matter you are raising was raised earlier by your honorable members of your party. I did respond initially, and indeed there was again another request, which I communicated to the NA table and also to the House to say I'll request that the NA table, together with the chair of that specific committee, together with yourself as the chief whip of the EFF, to have a discussion so that we can find the amicable reason. But also I would like to advise members that committees, when they need to meet, even when the House is sitting, they apply to the House chairperson of committees, and they are then given permission to do so. And when the House has to vote, when a division is called, those members are released by their committees to come and vote.
But Chair, we are saying that the committee is sitting now. The issue is not being attended to.
Chairperson,
the committee is sitting there discussing important issues that relate to rules.
Honorable.
And you are depriving us an opportunity to discuss rules there because we must be here
Honorable
as well.
Shibambo, can I request that you do as I have requested?
No, but you are disadvantaging us now. Like, as I'm talking here, there's a committee which is going on there.
That's
discussing rules which all of us must contribute on.
That's exactly what I'm advising. That's why I said I'm asking you, the NA table, together with the chairperson of the committee, to discuss the matter that you are raising so that you can resolve how we proceed.
We spoke to the whips of the ANC, the deputy chief whip now. We went there. They are continuing with the committee.
Can I
We have
ask?
done everything else that we are saying we must do. What else do we do now? Because we went there, they are continuing with the committee when we are sitting here.
Honorable Shibambo, can you take a seat? I will ask the secretary of the NA table to
But
attend
the committee is continuing there.
Order, honorable
and we want
member.
to participate there.
Honorable Shibambo, I have noted your concern.
But let's agree to dissolve the committee first and
Honorable,
continue here.
Honorable Shibambo, we cannot, as the House on our sitting, just pronounce on the rules that we now adopt impromptu. We cannot. That is why I outlined the process on how permission is sought by the committees to sit. You indeed...
There was no permission sought.
Order.
There was no permission sought because as members of that committee were told about it.
Honorable Shibambo, can you please take your seat? Can you please take your seat? Honorable Ndlozi.
Sorry, Slalo.
Honorable Ndlozi.
Sekunegama futhi la yokhona sebebiza Honorable Shibambo ngokuthi usigantsonzo. Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi sinayo usigantsonzo lana na.
Order.
Asilungiseni bafethu. Iyaqala lento futhi.
Honorable Kawula, can you take your seat?
Angizwe ke manje ukuthi uthini ngale usigantsonzo esenimusho manje. Asifuni njalo lonto. Asifuni leyo nto.
Honorable Kawula, Honorable Ndlozi, can you please take your seat?
Honorable Chair, I'm raising
Honorable
on a point of order.
Can you please take your seat so that I finish the matter I was addressing with your Chief Whip?
Okay.
Thank you very much. I have indeed asked honorable members that Honorable Chief Whip of the EFF consult with the NA table and the chairperson of the Rules Committee. Raise the concerns which they've raised in this House so that an amicable decision can be reached on how to move forward. You indeed have come back to say the process is still continuing. You asked this House to take a decision. And I was advising you that unfortunately, it is not within this House competence to make rules here without those having been processed by the Rules Committee. And I would advise, again, the NA table, they will send their representative here to go and consult with yourself and the chair of the committee so that indeed an amicable decision is found.
Honorable Chair, can we correct a point of information? It is not consistent. The committee was scheduled to sit at 5 because it anticipated that the National Assembly would be done at 5. Now, clearly we are not done at 5. So, as to when did the application to the chairperson happen, it can be consistent. So, it's not true that they made an application to sit at the same time as the National Assembly because they anticipated, we sit in that committee, we know, we anticipated that at 5 would have been done. So I'm providing this information because it's prejudicial.
It's very...
that committee is going on without other members that must participate in it, and they are discussing rules on how to prevent the disruptions in the House. We must all form part of that discussion. It favors everyone in here because everybody disrupts the House here.
Order, honorable member, precisely because of that concern, that is why I'm advising the manner in which we do, so that the matter is addressed. That's why I was appealing that the Chief Whip of the EFF, together with the NA table and the chairperson, go outside, and I see now the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC is also offering to go outside so that the matter can be amicably resolved. Can we move? Honorable order, honorable member, honorable members, honorable Kawula, can you take a seat? Okay. Order. Honorable member Kawula, you have raised the point of order. Unfortunately, you have not cited the member who had pronounced the name Uban.
It's Honorable Sbusiso from Mpumalanga.
Honorable Sbusiso, did you say the word that you have said?
I don't remember saying those words.
Order. Honorable members, I think we do need to take into consideration that all of us are honorable members here and we must be respectful of one another. Can we proceed, Honorable Kekane, to finish your declaration?
Chair, I was
Honorable Kekane, you may proceed.
Chair, I was saying the education matters are receiving the fullest attention of the department and the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education. And that where there are shortcomings, for example, the issue of NSFAS, which is by and large not of our own making, it is affected by the performance of the economy of the country, and where there are limitation of finances, we definitely make sure that we want to make the best of the little that we have. With SETAs, the local government and services SETAs it is receiving our closest monitoring, because we really want to see our SETAs performing, because that is the only chance to link our institution, technical and vocational colleges with private sector or industry. So we really want to make them perform and link our students with industry and colleges, so as we can have students that serve the needs of the economy of the country. Personally, I must say I haven't lost confidence. Students are performing well, those that are given the opportunity, though there is still a lot of room for improvement. Thanks very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, the motion is that the report on the higher education and training on 2013 to 2014 annual report of National Skills Fund and National Skills Authority be adopted. Are there any objections? There are no objections. Oh, there are. You were very quiet the way you said it. I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. And those against will say no. No. I think the ayes have it.
Honorable Chair, if you could just note the objection of the EFF.
The objection of the EFF will be noted.
Slalo.
Yes. The objection of the IFP will be noted. I now, honorable members, Honorable Chief Whip, I would ask you once again of the majority party,
I thought that I put both, because the declaration were done on both as well.
Thank you, Chief Whip. The declarations having been done, the motion is that the report on the 2013-2014 annual report of local government sector, Education and Training Authority, and Services Sector, Education and Training Authority be adopted. Are there any objections? There being objections, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. And those against will say no. No. I think the ayes have it.
House Chairperson, will you note the objection of the Democratic Alliance?
The objection of the DA is noted.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
The objection of the EFF is noted.
Agbare voorsitter, ook die beswaar van die Vryheidsfront Plus.
The objection of the FF is noted.
Agbare voorsitter, ons besware asseblief.
Objection of the IFP is also noted. The objection of the NFP is noted. This brings us to the end of the reports. The Secretary will now put the next order.
Honorable Chairperson,
We need the report from the table staff about the happenings of that committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlozi.
Because we don't want to disrupt the debate. We want to hear that we're moving on or we're deciding on dissolving the House.
So
we can go and monitor the rules that will make sure the Speaker and the table staff never disrupt Parliament again.
Precisely. Once we are advised, we will inform the House.
No, Honorable Chairperson, I'm proposing that we determine that before.
Chairperson, Honorable Ndlozi, I have
Honorable House Chairperson, may I address you on the matter of that subcommittee?
Okay, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thanks, Honorable House Chairperson. Again, we are being held at ransom by the EFF. What I can say is that that committee, for it to sit at 5 o'clock, an application was made to the chair of chairs, to the chair of committees, and it was approved. We approved it as well. So now we went outside to discuss this matter, in good faith, of course, but Honorable Shibambu insisted on going into that committee room. That is where we were debating this matter. So now they said they are going to adjourn that meeting, of which is unfair for them to do so, because all parties are represented in that meeting. And we were saying that the EFF can send one member to go there and represent them. We cannot continue like this, that a party like the EFF is always holding us at ransom, not to do our work as members of Parliament.
Thank you, Honorable
And also they are violating our rights to serve the people who elected us to this Parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. I think, honorable members, I think, Honorable Malima, I will recognize you.
Can I address you? Can I address you before you make a ruling?
Can I just respond?
No, but she has just made a very wrong statement which must be responded
Honorable
to.
Malima, can you please take a seat?
No, but can I speak and respond
I will
to her
recognize
before you make...
I will recognize
No,
you.
I want to respond
Honorable
to her
Malima.
before you allowed her to speak.
Honorable Malima, I will allow you to speak. Can you please take a seat?
You would have made a ruling before you hear me. Can you hear me out? Can you hear me out?
Honorable
Don't
Malima.
Say no, man. You have no
Honorable
option,
Malima.
man.
Can
you are going to listen.
Order.
You have no option.
Honorable Malima, I will recognize you, but can you please take your seat?
But can I be heard before you make a ruling?
Can you take your seat?
Honorable Chair, she spoke
Honorable
to you.
Malima.
She cannot speak and not
Honorable
be challenged.
Malima, I have
want to challenge
recognized
what
the
she
Deputy
said.
Chief Whip. Can you take a seat?
But I want to challenge what she said.
Can you take a seat? Honorable Malima, can you please take your seat? Honorable members, a question having been asked on progress, the Deputy Chief Whip asked to respond on the matter. And from her response is that indeed the committee is adjourning and it's coming back to proceed in the House. So having heard that response, I'm sure the House will be allowed to continue. Honorable Malima, what's your point of order?
No, Chair. It is extremely wrong to suggest that the EFF is holding this House at ransom. Because we have a right to express ourselves if we are not happy with certain processes. And I addressed you earlier that it is actually unfair for small parties to have two meetings taking place at the same time. And if you are not persuaded, you must rule otherwise. But that is the point we have raised. And if the meeting is now adjourned, it means you are persuaded and you are agreeing with us. That is not holding the House at ransom. That is persuasion.
Can you take your seat? Honorable members, again, I think we need to appreciate what our rule says. I have indicated, Honorable Shibambo, can you take a seat?
But Chairperson,
I'm
you send me
responding.
outside to go and deal with the process. I must give you a report.
Honorable Shibambo.
Yes.
Can you take your seat?
I'm going to recognize
Can you
me.
take your seat?
Are you going to recognize me?
Can you please take your seat?
Are you going to recognize me?
Honorable Shibambo.
Are you going to recognize me?
Can you please take your seat?
But I'm asking you a simple question. Are you going to recognize me?
Honorable Shibambo, I asked you to take your seat.
Are you going to recognize me,
Can you
Chair?
allow me?
But you must make a
Can you
commitment.
allow me to actually address the House? Honorable members, Honorable Malima, precisely on the issue you are raising, we did advise the House on the processes that we were going to follow to address your matter. Such processes has been undertaken in part led by the Chief Whip, who then went outside and consulted. And I had asked the National Assembly table to deal with the matters accordingly. And as we have heard the report, the matter has been addressed and every member is back on the House. Can I therefore allow the meeting to continue?
Chair, the information I've just provided now is incorrect. I'm from the committee there. We went to sit in the committee to propose that the committee cannot continue when the House is in session. And the committee people are refusing. The chair of the committee proposed that they must all come back here. But certain ANC employees, they are saying that they cannot come here because they want to deprive us of an opportunity to participate in that process. They want to make rules about
Honorable member.
participation.
Can we then order, Honorable Shibambo, I've heard you, and that's why the NA table...
Punt van orde.
I will recognize you.
Right.
Honorable Mulder, Honorable Shibambo, can you take your seat? Sorry, Groenewald, I'm sorry.
Goed, achtbare voorsitter, ek dink hoe hierdie probleem opgelos kan word, is dat ek doen 'n beroep op die hoofsweep van die EFF, om te sorg dat al hulle lede hier is, want ek sien ons omtrent net 50% hier, en dit is like by die probleem, hoekom hulle nie 'n lid kan afstaan om by 'n komitee te wees nie. So die hoofsweep van die EFF moet sy werk doen, en sorg dat hulle lede hier is, dat hulle dan almal kan deelneem.
Order, honorable members. I will now ask the secretary to read the next order.
Chairperson, Chair, there's an issue which we have said must be resolved here.
The issue can't be resolved in this meeting.
You can't convene two committees on top of each other.
Honorable Shibambo.
Particularly when the session is sitting now. The National Assembly is in session.
Honorable Shibambo.
And there's a committee which is discussing rules there. What rules are they discussing? Because
Honorable
we have to be part of that process. But we must conclude here first.
Honorable Shibambo, as indicated earlier, this august House cannot make the rules or change the processes to the rules on how committees operate.
No.
I have
Chair,
advised.
You made a commitment that we must go and deal those issues there. Why are you now turning on that issue?
What I'm saying, Honorable Shibambo, what I'm saying is that this House, you can't expect this House to change rules about meetings and requests and applications. Hence, I said the NA table together with yourself and the chairperson of the committee must resolve this matter. If the matter, Honorable Shibambo,
let me assist you.
Honorable Shibambo,
Let me assist you.
Honorable Shibambo, if the matter has not been resolved, we will continue to persuade members in that committee to resolve the matter. So you can't assist me.
But I'm assisting you because I went outside. The committee there is insisting on going ahead when the session is sitting now.
Honorable Shibambo.
And there was a directive.
So what is your assistance? What's your assistance?
You must give a directive that that committee must be dissolved and we continue here.
Order. Then it means we don't understand the processes and procedures around which we work in this House. And I will therefore ask you to respectfully take your seat while we continue to engage on the matter. Can I ask the Secretary to read
Chair, before the Secretary reads, may I please... it's not true that we don't enjoy the protection of this House in as far as concurrent meetings are called when the National Assembly is sitting. It's not true. We are requesting
Honorable
with yourself, we are requesting with the chief. The chief whip, deputy chief whip of the
Honorable
ANC came in
Josie.
here and said we have agreed to dissolve the house, to dissolve the
Josie.
committee. And information comes that that is not the case. And you are just leaving it like that.
No
so
one
it's
has
you
left
who is
the
being
matter.
inconsistent, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable
We are
Josie.
requesting that we want to form part
Honorable
of that
Josie.
process. And there is an agreement
Honorable Josie.
that we must be able to all form that part
Honorable
of that process
Josie.
even when it's necessary.
Honorable
And
Josie.
we're saying, can we please be allowed
Honorable Josie,
by
can you please
withholding until the Al-Bashir debate is done?
Order, honorable
It's not
members.
a vote, it's a debate.
Honorable members, I don't think you have understood what I said. I said since the matter is not resolved, the processes I've indicated earlier should continue to find an amicable resolution on the matter. So what do you mean when you say we have just thrown our hands on the issue?
Because the decision to allow them to go is part of the presiding officers. The presiding officers decide that through the House Chairperson, that you are going to have a meeting when the National Assembly is sitting. So yourselves as people who have decided, we are told now. Earlier on I said there was never such an application. The Deputy Chief Whip says you have allowed for that committee to go on. So we are pleading with you as the power that allowed that committee to go on to please let them suspend the process until we are able to go there. That's the procedure of the House.
The unfortunate part is that you listen selectively. I had said committees apply to the House Chair of committees. I have never said they apply to the presiding officers. I said chairpersons of committees, for their meetings, apply to the House Chairperson of committees. And can you please listen? That processes have been done. You have indicated your displeasure in that you would want to participate in the proceedings of the House. And I've outlined how we must continue to assist you in resolving the matter. So I am not sure, Honorable Member, seated here, what more do you want us to do besides that? Can I ask the Secretary to read the next order?
Chair. Honorable Chair.
Secretary, can you proceed to read?
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Can you proceed to read?
Honorable Chair.
But Chairperson, there's a person on the floor. Why please, the Secretary must read?
Please, I must be respected as well here.
You must not take us for granted, please, man. We are members of this House. When a member stands up and say, Honorable Chair, he must recognize that member. Please don't do that.
Can you take a seat?
But he must always
Can you take a seat, Honorable Shibambo? Honorable Shibambo, equally, when the chairperson or any presiding officer addresses the House, honorable members must listen. So it's equally, that respect you want to be accorded, the presiding officers must be accorded. Order, honorable member, you're doing precisely what is wrong. Allow me to respond. I was responding to your chief whip.
No, I was talking to you and then
order, honorable member.
You did not respect me.
I was responding to your chief whip.
I don't appreciate that. Can I speak now? The deputy chief whip of the ANC came here and said there's an agreement that that meeting must be adjourned. And yourself, you said then the matter is resolved. Now you
Honorable member, I don't think you really are listening because the matter is not closed. You are not.
No, I'm listening.
You are not, because I said there's a process that this matter must continue to be addressed. So can you please take your seat?
That's not
Honorable Secretary, can you please take your next order?
Honorable Chair.
Debate on matter of public importance.
You can scream, you can do whatever. I have a right to speak here. You can scream, you can do whatever, I don't care.
Honorable Mukhalafa.
Yes, I don't care. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
What are you raising on, Honorable Member?
On the same matter. Deputy Speaker, I think you there as chairpersons, you like to complicate things unnecessarily. Honorable Mbuyiseni Ndlozi, he is part of that sub-rule committee, and he confirmed that they've agreed that after this meeting, that meeting will continue. I don't understand what is the problem of dissolving that committee and come and conclude the matters here and proceed. Because we want to be part and parcel of that sub-rule committee too.
Okay.
Speaker.
Honorable Mukhalapa, please take your seat. Take your podium.
But Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
There's a point of order which is raised by the DSG here. And why do you just ignore it without, there's a request that we've made that the committee on the rules
Honorable Chief
Whip not continue
of the EFF.
As long as this session is still on. We must allow the National Assembly to finish its business, and all other businesses and committees of Parliament will sit afterwards.
Honorable
because we want
Shivambo.
to participate in both, and in terms of the accepted practice, a house sitting cannot be doubled by another committee sitting elsewhere. Why do you want to impose that on us even if it's not allowed?
Honorable Shivambo, I respectfully would like to draw to your attention that please stop ignoring the injunctions of the chair. Stop completely ignoring the request that those kind of decisions are not to be made in the House. The programming committee, the Chief Whips Forum, is where the decisions of this nature are made. If you did not get joy there, you can't bring it here in a manner in which you are doing it. You have repeatedly, several of you, raised concerns to which you were addressed. You are refusing to accept those addressed. You only want your answer. Now, the House cannot be run that way, and I would like to suggest to you that you do not proceed on that direction, that the decisions about committee meetings and how they are done has been explained sufficiently, that we cannot take any other route other than that one. So I would like us to proceed with the decisions of the House, to proceed with the debate. Honorable Mukhalapa, please proceed. Sorry?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
No, it's okay, it's done.
This debate happens at a shameful time in South African history. We are here to get answers as to how government stooped so low and actively chose to take the moral low ground and allow a wanted man to escape accountability for crimes against humanity, war crimes, and genocide. Human rights should be the cornerstone of South African foreign
honorable
policy.
Members, order. Proceed, honorable member.
Human rights should be the cornerstone of South African foreign policy. Only through a firm commitment to justice and the rule of law and the promotion of international law will we achieve a stable and prosperous African continent. Section 165, subsection 5 of our Constitution clearly stipulates that an order or decision issued by a court binds all persons to whom and organs of states to which it applies. This means the executive was duty-bound by our Constitution to comply with the order that Mr. Al-Bashir should not leave until the court has decided whether South Africa was to arrest him as per the warrants issued by the International Criminal Court. By not complying with this order, the executive is quite simply in contempt of court. The question now is, why did the government frequently ignore our own court and abandon our human rights and rule of law based constitution and foreign policy?
Honorable Mukhalapa, please take your seat. Honorable members, I would like to apologize for not having done this right at the beginning. I should have started by pointing out that Rule 67 calls us that we must responsibly address matters that are before the courts without reference to their merits or demerits. We can discuss everything else around those matters without any reference to the merits or demerits of the case. If we do that, we are in contempt of our own rules and the relationship we have set and the rules that we ourselves have pointed out. So we would like to point that out as a guiding way in the manner in which we deal with these discussions. We do want to point out that even if we may not maybe point out at this to every one of the speakers who are going to speak, we will review the statements made before the House so that we take appropriate remedies to ensure that we do not ever have to violate the rules that we have made for ourselves.
Deputy Speaker, may I address you?
Yes,
on Rule 67.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, I would submit to you that the Rule 67 does not apply in this matter. The matter has already been before the court. The court has handed down a judgment in this matter. The only thing that is outstanding is an affidavit that their court has instructed a minister to provide. There's no way any discussion on any matter today in this House around the case is going to prejudice the outcome of a judicial matter. Now, we've had rulings in the Constitutional Court, most notably in the MIDI television matter, which puts Rule 67 in serious constitutional problems, which is why in the review of the rules we have excluded it. And I would suggest to you today that if one looks at the rulings taken in the House, and if one refers to the Hansard of 1998 and the first session on page 208, it's very clear there that the intention is never to stifle debate in the House. Now, the Honourable Makhalapa is not touching on the merits of the matter, and even if he were to do so, it would not influence the outcome of a case because the judge has already made a judgment in it. So I would submit to you, Deputy Chair, that you abide by the ruling and the handed down in the Hansard then, which was then confirmed in the House, if one looks at the Hansard of Wednesday, the 18th of March this year, in which the Speaker dealt with the sub judice rule quite extensively in this House. This matter is not before the courts, and I would ask you to not limit speakers having a full and proper discussion. And it's important in a democracy that this House expresses itself on this matter, and I would ask that that not be limited. We have a right to freedom of speech. It's entrenched in the Constitution, and that trumps anything that Rule 67 can provide.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
The Honourable Chief Whip of the Opposition is not correct. The matter is still before the courts. The Gauteng North High Court gave an order. It hasn't even given its reasons yet. Those reasons are only being delivered tomorrow.
Honourable members, thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. Honourable members, honourable members, the rules of the House are adjudicated by the presiding officers. I have pointed out to you that this matter needs us to discuss it, but we must be careful because in my opinion and my understanding of where the situation is, that we cannot go into the merits or demerits of that matter. And as Chief Whip, what you have just said is part of the rule. Don't just look at part of the rule, look at the entirety of the rule. And the part you commented on is exactly what I'm saying you must do, including the rest that says don't go into areas that are yet to be decided. On the basis, so I am saying to you, we will come back to you on the ruling on this matter. Honourable Mukhalapa, proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy
You are not
Speaker.
making the rules, we are adjudicating the rules here. And Honourable Member, Honourable Mukhalapa, speak.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. South Africa is a signatory to the Rome Statutes and has domesticated this into our own domestic law through ratification and promulgation of an act called the South Africa's Implementation of the Rome Statutes of the International Criminal Court in 2002. The executive has directly violated parliamentary authority by not adhering to our international obligations. It must then be asked, what is the purpose of this parliament in ratifying treaties when the executive decides on a whim to defy them? Mr. Al-Bashir should have been arrested because we are morally, legally, and constitutionally duty-bound to comply with the domestic law and international obligations. The ANC government, led by Jacob Zuma, has committed a crime of assisting a wanted man to run from the law. Let us for a moment think about what allowing Mr. Al-Bashir to evade the law means to the 300,000 people who were murdered and the 2.5 million people who were displaced in Darfur by Mr. Al-Bashir. This saga has dented our moral standing and now tarnished our previous title as champions of human rights. With increasing haste, the executive branch of government seems to show no regard for the rule of law or any of the constitutional principles we have jealously guarded for more than 20 years. How does President Zuma take advice from the likes of Mr. Mugabe and protect Mr. Al-Bashir? The answer is that birds of the same feather flock and flock together, and President Zuma flouts the law of our country with the same impunity as this man seemed to do. There are many questions unanswered about this said chapter, and the DA will not rest until the truth is exposed. Ultimately, it is the people of South Africa and Sudan who are the losers because the executive has demonstrated that it has not any regard for the loss of life and displacements of millions of Africans at the hands of one man. The Minister of International Relations and Cooperation claims that she will not appear before the committee to brief it on Al-Bashir debacle because the matter is sub judice. This simply isn't true and is just more thinly veiled pretext to avoid accountability. This is what we have come to expect from the members of the executive who choose to spuriously apply rules and when it suits them. South Africa has a lot of work to do if we are to redeem our moral standing and international responsibility. The DA's values of freedom, fairness, and opportunity means that we believe that the government should at all times act honestly, transparently, and in the best interest of all South Africans. The people of South Africa have the power to make our country a shining beacon of Africa and the world again. The government under President Zuma has failed in its duty to uphold the Constitution, has failed the people of South Africa, and failed those who were murdered and displaced in Darfur.
Your time
Shame
is
on
expired.
you.
Honorable Member, your time is expired. Honorable Deputy Minister of Cooperative and Traditional Affairs, responsible for traditional affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, South Africans, good evening. Unfortunately, the sponsor or the proposer of the motion is not here. We are reliably informed that he's somewhere in the United States of America and probably consulting his brothers and sisters in the liberal group on the project they call the African Project, which was confirmed in a meeting between their former leader, Ellen Zille, and Henry Kissinger, when he said, "You are our beacon of hope on Africa, UDA," simply because they won on a project of liberal agenda, which is anti-majoritarian, which is also about regime change. Good luck on him in those consultations. The African National Congress welcomes the debate on this matter arising out of the recent attendance of the President of the Republic of Sudan, His Excellency Omar Al-Bashir, to the just held 25th summit of the African Union Heads of States and Government in Johannesburg. We welcome the debate because probably engaged, it holds the possibility for our country to expand her horizon about the complexities of international law, the imperatives and the practice of foreign relations, and thereby invigorate policy, and more specifically the law. In this context, we know that the matter concerning President Bashir's attendance of the AU summit is currently before the courts, and as a consequence, there is a limit to the extent to which we, as parliamentarians, can debate the details. And we agree with you, the many South Africans who says, let's respect the processes of the law. Bearing this fact in mind, the ANC is of the view that the debate we are having, or rather should have, is one about the challenges of achieving peace, justice and reconciliation on one hand, and the pursuit of international justice as represented by the International Criminal Court. And we want to reinstate the ANC noble policies of holding on to the human rights culture and the rule of law. And we do not, by any chance, promote any impunity, and we take the matters of what happened in Darfur with the 300,000 killed and over 2.5 million people displaced, and indeed, those who have done it must still account. When he addressed the OAU meeting of heads of states and government as President of the Democratic South Africa for the first time on the 13th of June 1994 in Tunis, Tunisia, President Nelson Mandela said, among other things, and I quote, "Finally, at this summit meeting in Tunis, we shall remove our agenda the consideration of the question of apartheid South Africa. Where South Africa appears on the agenda again, it will be because we want to discuss what its contribution shall be to the making of the new African Renaissance. Let it be because we want to discuss what materials it will supply for the rebuilding of the African city of Carthage. One epoch with its historic task has come to an end. Surely another commences with its own challenges. Africa cries out for a new birth. Carthage awaits the restoration of its glory," close quote. The ANC enters the debate informed by the consideration and commitment President Mandela made to the OAU in 1994. In particular, we assert, 1, South Africa has national interests, which must at all times defend and pursue within the context of international solidarity and the renewal of Africa in all its elements. 2, South Africa has an obligation to strengthen the continent's intergovernmental organizations and to contribute to the reform of institutions of global governance. 3, diplomacy has established norms and conventions which cannot be ignored, lest we promulgate untenable precedences which may serve to defeat other valued objectives in the diplomatic and political realms. And lastly, we remain committed to the rule of law, human rights in their broad sense, as captured in the Constitution of the Republic and as Resolution 42 of the Mangaung ANC National Conference stated, we condone impunity, authoritarian and violent regimes. In its 2009 report, the AU High-Level Panel on Darfur, chaired by former President Thabo Mbeki, described the nature of the Darfurian conflict as Sudanese crisis in Darfur. For its part, the Eastern Sudan Peace Agreement recognizes in its preamble that political, social, and economic marginalization constitutes the core problem in Eastern Sudan. This serves to give the lie to the commonly advanced platitude that it is often advanced about the primary contradiction of Sudan's and the Darfur conflict as one between Africans on the other hand and Arabs on the other. In the Sudanese context, as well as with elsewhere on the continent, the descriptions African and Arab are but national appellations of identity any more than they are genetic. The ANC believes that our country should continue to support the African Union's honest and sustained efforts at finding peaceful solutions to South Sudan's conflicts and efforts towards democratization. We know that while over and above what has already been done, the AU is continuing to mediate between the parties to the war in Blue Nile, South Kordofan, and Darfur states. Sudan will also soon convene a national dialogue to discuss questions of democratization, the economy, the national identity, and the international relations. For these processes to succeed, President Bashir is, like FW declared, during our processes of negotiation in this country, one of the critical players. The Sudanese people therefore need him in Khartoum and not in The Hague. Sudan shares borders with 7 African countries, amongst them Central African Republic, South Sudan and Libya, which faces peace and security and challenges. It is obvious, therefore, that if something went wrong in Sudan, it will not only affect Sudan, but it will also affect the larger part of the neighborhood and serves to exacerbate already existing peace and security challenges in the region. Peace is important for the continent. The matters of justice can only work where there is peace. Chairperson, only on, I refer to the African Union report, which investigated how best to address the issues of accountability and combating impunity on the one hand and peace, healing and reconciliation on the other. I therefore want to state here that President Al-Bashir was invited to the AU by the AU. He was not visiting South Africa. He was not on a state visit here. He had attended a meeting that is constituted by an act of the African Union, which was being hosted in South Africa. In the 70 years of the existence of the UN, the USA has never attempted to arrest any leader. And there were serious and notorious dictators even at the time, but there were not a hand in any of them, because the law of immunity, the law of immunity is the law that was agreed in 1961 that all countries agreed to at Vienna, that this law must be allowed because we are now living in a world that must reach consensus. Even if you hate some, you have to meet with them in order to seek solutions. So therefore, the meeting of the AU had immunity, which was not challenged by anybody. For 10 days, that was published, and no one objected to it until when he had arrived in the country. So we are not going to be using the AU, therefore, to be the platform where we arrest leaders. That will never happen, such as the UN was never used to arrest any leader. However, we are then saying that the issues in Darfur are serious, and we agree with you. However, don't use the EU, because the day it happens, it means that's the death of the EU. The day it happens within the UN, it means the UN will never gather again, because leaders will be afraid to go there because they will be arrested. And we don't want such to be created anywhere in the world, so that we can then pursue the matters that are raised, and then that is why we say we'll then follow it up. However, this is what we are standing for. This, therefore, cannot be done using the AU or any one of our intergovernmental organizations as a sneer to arrest leaders who attend meetings and submits. Most importantly, in this regard, and in this reference to our cause, the demand that South Africa must have arrested President Bashir while he's attending the AU summit illustrated the contempt that some hold on Africa and Africans. The demand is never made of the UN, the US government, which also called on us to cooperate with the IEC, and yet the US is not even acceding to the IEC itself. And therefore, as the African National Congress, we want to make the following pronouncement that we call on the reform of the ICC. We went in voluntarily. The option of going out voluntarily still is open, because all countries are not forced to be in the IEC. So South Africa went in there when we signed the protocol in 1998 and when we acceded the instrument in 2003, because we wanted to lead and we thought everybody will follow, but not everybody followed. And as a result, the ICC is losing its direction, its credibility is being undermined, because not everybody wants to go into it. Secondly, we are calling on the United Nations Security Council to no longer have powers of referring matters to the ICC, because in it sit countries that are refusing to accede to the instrument, but they've got the power to say so and so must go, and when it's about them, they then veto. So therefore, it's not a fair instrument. Therefore, we say the Rome Statute must therefore begin to reform on that. Until everybody in the UN Security Council is a member, then we can allow them then to can go into it. So that reform we call. Second reform, that we need to remove the article that's volunteer to go in. If all countries can go in, and we must replace it and say all must be in the ICC, then it will become an objective and instrument that we need. For so long as it's just a volunteer, others going in and others not going in, therefore it will lose its credibility. And we are therefore calling for that particular reform, that all must go in. And therefore the ANC reserve the right to raise some of these particular reform packages, present them, and at the particular point, if they are rejected, we'll have no other option and review our membership of the ICC. And we thank you very much on that one.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Shivambo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Look, the reality is that we currently have a political crisis, and this is due to the lack of the ANC's understanding of an otherwise sophisticated intra-African and intra-continental inadequacies on how to handle international conflict, peace, and justice. I think maybe we must give context in terms of what are the available options in terms of what happened now. On the 3rd of June 1991, 51 heads of state and government met in Abuja to sign the Abuja Treaty, which established the African Economic Community. And under Article 7 of that treaty, there's an establishment of organs of the African Economic Community, the Assembly of Heads of State and Government, the Council of Ministers, the Pan-African Parliament, the Commission on Social and Economic Affairs. But most importantly, the African Court of Justice. All these other organs of the African Economic Community have been established, but the African Court of Justice has not been fully established. Why? Because there's no decisive and clear leadership from South Africa, from all the parties in the African Union, which was going to hold all African leaders accountable on issues that relate to peace and violation of human rights. So we've got a lawless continent, and therefore allowing space for the International Criminal Court for Africans to come and persecute and prosecute Africans. We do not agree with the selective prosecution of the ICC for Africans, because it looks like it has existed only for Africans since its establishment. And also it was naive for whoever took a government to court to think that it can be wise to arrest a head of state here in South Africa. It was going to lead to instability in the origin country where he came from. It was going to even threaten our security as South Africa. But also it was going to lead to the undermining of the stature of South Africa in the international context. Now, if the ICC has to be trusted by everyone else involved, it should take decisive action in arresting the Prime Minister of Morocco, who continues to colonially occupy the Western Sahara. The ICC should arrest George Bush for the illegal war in Iraq. The ICC should arrest Tony Blair for the illegal war in Iraq. It should arrest Benjamin Netanyahu for the continued devastation of Palestine. It must arrest Barack Obama and President Zuma for colluding to kill Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. It's a matter of fact that it was through that collision that they killed Muammar Gaddafi, who was the visionary in terms of African unity. It should take those action in terms of dealing with those issues. But also it must arrest Cyril Ramaphosa for killing workers in Marikana. That is what the ICC should be focusing on. And it must go and arrest these people in their countries of origins. If ICC wants Al-Bashir, it must go and fetch him in Khartoum. That is where he is found, not anywhere else. But we do not agree as the EFF with the deliberate disregard of the court orders by the ANC government, because it sets a precedent for the future defiance of courts in terms of what should happen. There could have been a much more sophisticated way to deal with the issue of Al-Bashir than just utter defiance and disregard of the courts of law. But we say that Africans must rise up to establish their own institutions of accountability, to hold each other accountable, so that we do not end up in a situation where conflict is intensified, where peace is threatened due to narrow and not focused pursuit of justice. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mwango.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
the recent well-planned, coordinated and executed government plot and plan to ensure that the ICC most wanted man and standing Sudanese president, Omar Al-Bashir, enter and exit South Africa without fear of arrest and detention, despite an ICC standing warrant of arrest, despite South Africa being a signatory to the Rome Statute voluntarily, and despite being in contempt of our own High Court order, speaks volumes about the current government thinking around our Constitution, the rule of law, international law, and international treaties to which South Africa is a signatory. To put it quite simply, this government does not care. The rule of law...
Honorable Ngongo, please take your seat for a moment. There's a point the member wants to raise. Honorable member, what's the point of order?
No, just to suggest that the Speaker at the podium has preempted the courts in this regard. There's been no decision that has found any contempt on the part of anybody in this matter as yet. And I ask that you look at this matter, Deputy Speaker.
Yes. Honorable member, Honorable Ngongo, I did warn right at the beginning that you're not supposed to do that, and that please avoid doing that, and you should desist from doing so, because otherwise you are being in contempt not only of your own rules, but of the relationship we're supposed to have with matters before the courts.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Fortunately, I actually am not in contempt of any rule of law. The rule of law, the supremacy of the Constitution, international law, and treaties are all subject to the overriding will of the President and his executive. If any law is in contravention to that will, it is simply invalid to the extent that it is contrary. This message is now loud and clear to all South Africans and to the rest of the world. Reports emerging over the last few days allege that it was agreed beforehand between South Africa and Sudan that President Bashir will be protected by any and all means necessary, which clearly also included trampling on the Constitution of this country and the rule of law. The meeting was reportedly attended by the Minister in the Presidency, the Minister of International Relations, the Minister of Defense, the Minister of State Security, and the Minister of Police, who agreed that President Bashir will be afforded maximum protection were he to travel to South Africa for the summit. This was confirmed by President Robert Mugabe, another potential ICC candidate, at a subsequent press conference when he advised that he had spoken with President Zuma, who assured him that South Africa would not arrest Al-Bashir and that all delegates at the conference would be granted immunity. This clearly illustrates the blatant and intentional disregard by the Honorable President Zuma and his executive for the rule of law in South Africa. And in so doing, this government has struck a mighty blow to the legitimacy of our courts in South Africa. And how does government expect our citizens to respect and uphold the decisions of our judiciary when they so openly and with great contempt and malice of forethought trounce upon
Honorable member,
court
your time
orders?
has expired. Honorable Ngongo, you and all the members who have spoken on this platform, we have raised concerns about your violating the rules that you yourself have agreed to before. And despite our warning, you have proceeded to do so. I do wish to let you know that we are going to be coming back to you, each one of you who have said so that we talk about it. But the appropriate structures of Parliament will deal with it. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Your time has expired, sir. Honorable Shelembe.
Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members, the first and foremost founding principle of the National Freedom Party is to uphold and defend the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, to adhere to the provision of the Constitution, to implement the provision of the Constitution and strengthen our democracy. In light of our founding principle, we cannot condone or agree with the sentiments and scandalous conduct of the ANC-led government. Deputy Speaker, the debate today is not about the perceived bias of the ICC, and the debate is not about the guilty or innocence of Sudanese President Al-Bashir. The debate today is about the implications of the violation of our constitution by the very same government who has been entrusted to protect and uphold it, the very same constitution which the ANC was instrumental in drafting, with our Deputy President being one of the chief negotiators. Our constitution clearly states out the effect of South Africa ratifying international instrument, and clearly states that once an international instrument has been ratified, it takes precedence over the domestic law. The government was well aware of that when it ratified the Rome Statute, and the government was well aware of its obligation under Article 559, Clause 1, to give effect to an ICC warrant of arrest if called upon to do so. The ANC-led government was aware that a warrant of arrest has been issued for President Al-Bashir when he was invited to attend the AU summit, and the unfolding events suggest that the ANC-led government has deliberately calculated and planned to evade its obligation under the Rome Statute. In doing so, the ANC-led government was well aware that they would be violating the Constitution, yet they went right ahead regardless. Deputy Speaker, we cannot pick and choose which obligations we will honor once we have entered into agreement, nor can we pick and choose which provision of our Constitution we wish to obey. By allowing the Sudanese president access to South Africa and then ensuring that he is able to leave despite an order from the court suggests that we have a lawless regime. It suggests a regime that is corrupt in the deepest and most profound way. It also suggests that we have a regime which has a disregard for the fundamental principle that democracy has to be hedged by a constitution which provides limits on what government can do. The calculated and deliberate act of violating the constitution of the Republic of South Africa did little for the South African government's reputation as a defender of the rule of law and has unmasked the true ANC and its leadership for what it is. I thank you.
Honorable Holomisa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members, the United Democratic Movement deplores anyone responsible for the denial of human rights to the people of our country, the continent, and the world over. We firmly stand with the victims of atrocities against humanity and strongly believe that whoever is found to be abusing human rights must face the full might of the law. However, the South African policy is suspect and has once again exposed us. It is not the first time we experienced this situation. Recently, we were accused to have connived with the Western Bloc against Libya. We need to clarify our geopolitical strategy unambiguously. We need an overarching foreign policy approach that unites the nation and clearly articulates our own interests and defend our constitutional democracy. However, if the ICC is to be a credible instrument for international justice, a common approach to international justice has to be established, and it must bind all nations equally, including the most powerful states. The United Nations Security Council, which recommended that the court try President Bashir in 2005 and received a vote of 11 in favor with only 4 abstentions, should find other means at their disposal to assist the IEC and not hijack the AU in our country. After all, the United Nations Security Council, to which we are all affiliated through its peacekeeping force, is currently patrolling the streets of Darfur. Why bengambambi pa?
Honorable Melder.
Geachte adjunkspreker, die vraag is, wat is goeie leierskap? 'n Leier moet die toekoms antisipeer en vroegtydig stappe doen in belang van sy organisasie om skade vir sy organisasie te voorkom. 'n Goeie leier moet dus oor die bult kan sien as moeilikheid kom en betyds reageer. President Zuma en die ANC-regering het in hierdie geval dit nie gedoen nie en Suid-Afrika groot skade aangerig. Hoekom? Wat is die feite? Feit nommer 1. The ANC government signed, ratified and internationalized by way of legislation the Rome ICC Convention. Thus they are bound and honored to honor it. Tweede feit. 'n Lasbrief vir Al-Bashir se negtersname is uitgereik en is wêreldwyd geldig, veral ook in Suid-Afrika as 'n land wat die Rome Statuut onderteken het. En die derde feit, Al-Bashir kom in Suid-Afrika aan. Natuurlik is daar argumente dat die internasionale strafhof slegs Afrika teiken. Daar is nie twyfel oor nie. Die huidige 9 konfliksituasies wat die hof ondersoek, is almal op Afrika gemik en dit is nie reg nie. Maar ek sê leierskap beteken jy moet die probleme antisipeer. As die regering dan nie met die strafhof saamstem nie soos vandag hier gesê is, dan moes ons vroegtydig onttrek daaruit dat dit nie gebeur nie, dit word nou voorgestel. As dit dan nie wil onttrek daaruit nie, dan moes ons aan Bashir 'n boodskap gestuur het en gesê het ons 'n probleem, ons is nog lid daarvan, ons gaan in 'n krisissituasie wees, moenie kom hier na toe kom nie. Die regering het nie een van die twee gedoen nie. Wat doen hulle? Hulle beroep hulle op immuniteit vir staatshoofde. Nou vra ek die vraag, wie was die regsadviseurs vir die president hieroor geadviseer het? Artikel 27 van die Rome Statuut bepaal dat jou status as staatshoof jou nie immuniteit teen hofjurisdiksie gee nie. Het die ANC dit geweet? Ek dink so. 4 Junie 2002 sit ons in hierdie raad en ons argumenteer oor die implementering van die Statuut van Rome in hierdie parlement. Advokaat Johnny de Lange sê namens die ANC in die debat en ek haal hom aan. Another very important principle spelled out in this legislation is that heads of state, heads of government and members of parliament will not be able to raise a defense that they are heads of state. The Honourable Landers that still here says in the same debate, for perpetrators of genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes, the world has suddenly become a small place and the number of safe havens has been drastically reduced. So die ANC weet wat die feite is daarmee saam. Nou sê hulle, ja, maar Bashir het skelm die land uitgevlug. Meneer, het hy skelm oor die Limpopo rivier in die nag gegaan? Nee, hy vertrek van 'n waterkloof 'n militêre sleutelpunt. Nou sê ek, as hy daarvan vertrek en die regering weet dit nie, is hulle uiters onbevoeg. As hulle dit wel geweet het, dan is dit 'n berekende besluit om die hof te verontagsaam. Dis al twee sit ons in gevaarlike grondwetlike plekke. So, forget about FIFA. The Al-Bashir crisis makes the FIFA version look like a Sunday school picnic. No other executive act has ever exposed the ANC as a human rights violator on such a grand scale to the whole world. Ons gaan die prys betaal hiervoor vir baie jare nog. Ek dank u.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When our country ratified the Rome Statutes in 2002-2003, we were not compelled by anybody. We did so of our own accord. And we did so because of our steadfast commitment to cherish human rights, to prevent genocide, and act against those who committed such heinous crimes. All of this was known to the President and his executive. So when President Zuma's government gave President Al-Bashir an assurance that he could come to South Africa with legal immunity, it took an express decision to transgress the law of our land and international law. When the President and some of his cabinet ministers defied the order of the courts not to allow President Al-Bashir to slip out of the country while it considered the case, they acted in contempt and in direct violation of the authority of our judicial authority. Now, Al-Bashir, it is not our view that Al-Bashir is guilty of anything. It is our view that he must go and appear before an open, fair judicial authority to hear evidence against him and then to reply and prove his innocence. That's what we want. And that must be done because you should have asked those questions when we signed and ratified in this house. If we did not want to obey this thing, we should have taken action to then reverse our commitment to this thing. This thing that's been done in the name of the people of South Africa is a serious crime. The leadership, President Zuma and his cabinet, and those who colluded with this thing, do not deserve to lead us. They have failed to uphold the constitution of our land. The oaths you made mean nothing. You lied to us. You said you'd uphold the constitution, uphold the law, and be the example. You have misled the people of our country. And now we are ashamed before the nations of the world. You don't agree with this?
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
The Honorable Member just said that we lied. We lied about upholding the Constitution.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the House, we are proud members of the African National Congress, and the decisions that were taken were a collective decision of the cabinet of President Jacob Zuma, who leads the African National Congress. Chairperson and honorable members, today we are inspired by the visit of the Cuban Five, and therefore a quote from Fidel Castro should not come as a surprise. It will come as a surprise for those who do not know how did we get here. In 1953, Fidel Castro, while defending himself, stated, "I know that imprisonment will be harder for me. It has been for everyone, filled with cowardly threats and hideous cruelty. I do not fear prison, as I do not fear the fury of the miserable tyrant who took the lives of 70 of my comrades. Condemn it does not matter. History will absolve me." Chairperson, as we today debate this matter, I particularly recall this statement, especially because I'm thinking of all the condemnation and the noise that has been made by those who are bent on distorting our hard-earned commitments to human rights and respect for the rule of law. We say to you, history will absolve us. Speaker, South Africa's track record in contributing to finding lasting peaceful solutions to the challenges faced by the continent speaks for itself. And again, I will say proudly, history will absolve us. From its inception in 1962, the Organization of the African Unity was founded to promote the unity and cohesion of the continent, and more specifically, to rid the continent of colonialism and apartheid. The road has never been easy, neither did we think it was going to be easy. From our interventions in Burundi peace process, the DRC and the Great Lakes, to our facilitation process in Zimbabwe, Lesotho, Madagascar, and ongoing efforts to resolve the conflict in South Sudan, as led by the Deputy Cyril Ramaphosa as a special envoy to South Sudan, are indicative of our commitment to the promotion of peace, stability, and development in the continent. We do this because South Africa's developmental trajectory is inextricably linked to that of our continent. Furthermore, our foreign policy is directly premised on the prioritization of the African agenda and we continue to redouble our efforts towards the realization of an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the global arena. The socio-economic development of the continent and her ability to resolve post-colonial conflicts has exercised the AU from its inception, because as Africans, we recognize that peace and stability are an integral part of Africa's renewal. From a mediation point of view, the attempt to superordinate the justice element over all others serves counterproductive, ends as the belligerents have no incentive to settle disputes for fear that they will be locked up at the day after there's a resolution of the conflict. It was appreciation of this reality, may I repeat this. It was appreciation of this reality that informed the African National Congress to make necessary accommodation to the apartheid leaders, who, by the way, had we taken the route otherwise, some of the members of this House would not be sitting where they are sitting right now. And indeed, Africa's newest state, the Republic of South Sudan, would not be in existence today had the parties placed the issue of justice above all others. This does not mean that there is no role for justice for victims of conflict. It means that recognizing the complexities, which I know many of the members who sit in this House have got no clue of the complexities of the African continent, it is best to address the question of justice in the context of a political settlement. Speaker, it is important for us as Africans to learn from each other on peace-building efforts. As South Africans, we might have made more emphasis on justice than peace. If that had been the case, I repeat again, some of the members who are proudly called honorable members today would have not been sitting in this House today. We must also recognize that part of the challenges facing that region that we are talking about today and the continent overall today is still premised on colonial injustices imposed on our people. As a continent, we therefore remain resolute to our common cause of peace, security, and development, and the collective nature in which we have always endeavored to achieve our development. We continue to support our Commission and its organs in efforts to create a better Africa and a better world. Speaker, I wish to remind this House that South Africa was instrumental in the establishment of the International Criminal Court. We are one of the 123 members of the Rome Statute, of which 34 are African member states, and this, in fact, makes the largest number of signatories to the ICC from the African continent. This certainly reaffirms the continent's commitment to peace, human rights, and upholding the rule of law against perpetrators of human rights, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Largely as a result of our own efforts, again, many of the members who sit in this House have never bothered to follow our efforts when it comes to the issues of the African Union. They can today focus on President Al-Bashir. If we were to ask them about other issues that are related to the African continent and the challenges of the African continent, they will never have an answer for that. As African member states, we must increase our efforts in strengthening our own institutions. In particular, the African Court on Human and People's Rights, and more countries must ratify the protocol to ensure that our people gain confidence in our institutions and that we find African solutions that best address African challenges. And I'm sure, honorable members, some members on the side of the House wish we were talking about the EU rather than the AU. We are here talking about the AU. Speaker, it should be recalled that upon the issuance of the warrant of arrest by the ICC for President Al-Bashir in 2009, the African Union submitted a request to the United Nations Security Council requesting a deferral of the ruling of the ICC in terms of Article 16 of the Rome Statute, which allows the UN Security Council to do so as an entity that referred the case to the ICC. The decision by the AU to submit the request for deferral was informed by the peace initiative in the Sudan, which in the view of the AU was at a delicate stage in building confidence among parties. Confidence amongst parties is some of the parties on the other side of house never understand what it means. With President Al-Bashir being instrumental in that, in the wisdom of the AU, having Bashir indicted would have jeopardized the process. It should be recalled, honorable members, that South Africa was and still is involved in the peace initiative through her troops and negotiations, and as such, South Africa was instrumental in the decision to get deferral by the ICC through the United Nations. Chairperson, in July 2012, at its 12th Ordinary Summit held in Sirte, which by the way I attended, the African Union took a decision that would not cooperate with the ICC. I repeat, the African Union took a decision that it would not cooperate with the ICC. This decision was taken as a result of the ICC's refusal to address legitimate and fundamental concerns of the AU regarding some of its indictments, especially the one of a President Al-Bashir, and some of the members that have spoken here have said so. The AU pronounced that it deeply regrets that the request by the African Union to the UN Security Council to defer the proceedings initiated against President Bashir of the Sudan in accordance with Article 16 of the Rome Statute of ICC has neither been heard nor acted upon, and in this regard reiterates his request to the UN Security Council. Furthermore, it decides that in view of the fact that the request by the African Union has never been acted upon, I wonder if members have bothered themselves about that, the AU member states shall not cooperate with the Rome Statute of 19. Honorable Speaker, can these members really think we are going to arrest a head of state? They must think again.
Honorable Dudley.
Thank you, Chair. As the Catholic Parliamentary Liaison Research Office pointed out, there could be some validity to the argument that the International Criminal Court, the ICC, has shown a bias against prominent African figures, while ignoring serious human rights violations elsewhere. Of course, President Bashir is not wanted by the ICC for harming Western interests or for violence aimed at Europe or America. He was indicted for genocide and mass murder of African people, black African people, in Darfur, where his regime still targets Sudan's non-Arab and non-Muslim population. There may also be a legitimate legal question about whether President Omar al-Bashir was actually on South African soil when attending the AU summit in Sandton, or whether, by way of a legal fiction, he was on territory temporarily under AU control. Even if we were to accept both these positions, as government and the AU seem to have done, these arguments should have been made while following the due process of international and domestic law. South Africa could, of course, decide to withdraw from the Rome Statute that brought the ICC into being, but only once we have done so will we be free of our obligation to honor the ICC's arrest warrants. Government could also decide to appeal the order granted last week by the North Gauteng High Court and to argue that diplomatic immunity applied to Bashir, exempting him from arrest. Government cannot, however, simply ignore its obligations under international law, act in violation of the Constitution, and display contempt for the High Court, which it has done by allowing Bashir to leave and even assisting him to do so. Yes, it is obvious that government was placed in a difficult and unenviable position during the AU conference in having to balance the risk of massive diplomatic fallout among African countries against its duty to respect the court's judgment. Court orders, however, are not negotiable. and governments cannot play fast and loose with the rule of law. Supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law are founding provisions of our Constitution. Sadly, government has disregarded the rule of law to its own detriment, to the detriment of South Africa and of Africa. This is a tragic and possibly even fatal mistake in terms of our democracy and the fragile state of democracy in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Gallo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The AIC is not surprised by the contentions that the state plotted to ensure that the Sudanese President Omar Al-Bashir's safe passage out of the country. Recently, the country was shocked to learn that the Waterkloof military base was used as a landing base for the Gupta's wedding jet. All the above and other incidents should be a clear signal to the people of this country that South Africa is fast becoming a lawlessness nation. The AIC believes if South Africa was run by seamless and value-based leadership, it wouldn't have allowed President Omar Al-Bashir to come to South Africa. He was not even supposed to attend the AU summit in the first place. It is common knowledge that President Omar Bashir came to power in a coup in 1989 and has since ruled the country with an iron fist, something which led to two rebel groups, Sudan Liberation Movement and the Justice and Equality Movement, launching a full-scale rebellion against the Sudanese government in 2003. The reasons for the rebellion were the ongoing economic marginalization and insecurity. President Al-Bashir's government responded to the rebellion with the Arab militia, with violent attacks on villages throughout the country. Since 2003, plus minus 1,000 people were killed by the government under the presidency of Omar Al-Bashir. So somebody must be accountable for Darfur genocide. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the AIC calls upon this Parliament to uphold the rule of law by investigating as to who plotted President Al-Bashir's safe passage out of South Africa, because South Africa is the signatory of the Rome Statute, the act that set up the IEC, which means therefore that those found guilty of this serious offense of flouting the court order for President Al-Bashir to be arrested must be charged by the court of law and be arrested. And if they are cabinet ministers, they must resign as members of the executive, because we cannot be led by such people.
Honorable Gordie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, comrades and honorable members. South Africa is a member of the African Union and as such is bound by decisions and resolutions of this continental body. As Pan-Africanists, we have always called for Africa to speak with one voice on matters of international and continental importance. On the matter of the ICC, there are clear resolutions of the AU declaring that no sitting head of state should face trial by the ICC, and for member states not to cooperate with the ICC in this regard. President Al-Bashir has been on summits and visits to many countries before. Why this halubalu when he came to South Africa? The court action taken by that reactionary institution is very repulsive and an affront to the national interests of South Africa and the continent. As for the sponsors of this topic, the question is, how patriotic are they? The obvious answer is, not at all. They have consistently positioned themselves as the beachheads of imperialism. They are the echo chambers of foreign interests in South Africa. The Haitian revolutionary citizen Townsend said more than 150 years ago that if anyone wants a dirty job done, be he white or mulatto, they will always get a black man to do it. Morgan Tsvangirai was not the first, and he is certainly not the last. National and continental interests must always supersede any other consideration, legal or otherwise. This is how all non-neo-colonial countries behave. That is how America and Europe behave. The shrill voices of the liberals and their imperialist masters must be ignored and rejected with contempt. I thank you.
Honorable Self.
Deputy Speaker, I think before the Honourable Gordy speaks with any credibility in this House, he needs to explain to this House who paid his election deposit. The weekend before last, Deputy Speaker, South Africa played host to President Omar Al-Bashir. He has been referred to as His Excellency. The only thing he is excellent at is killing people. He is the subject of a warrant for arrest from the International Criminal Court on 5 counts of crimes against humanity involving murder, extermination, forcible transfer, torture, and rape. He is also wanted on 2 counts of war crimes, directing attacks against civilians and pillaging, and 3 counts of genocide. According to conservative estimates, he is thought to have been responsible for the deaths of 300,000 people, fellow South African people, and the displacement of 2.5 million more. Now, South Africa is a signatory to the Rome Statute that established the ICC. Nobody forced us to become a member. We are a member. Article 12.1 of the statute obliges us to accept the jurisdiction of the ICC in respect of crimes against humanity, war crimes, and genocide. Our obligations in this regard are specified in the Implementation Act. Now, when the warrant was first issued in 2009, the then Director General for International Relations and Cooperation, Dr. Ayanda Nsabula, had the following. He said, if today President Al-Bashir landed in terms of the provision of the Rome Statute, he would have to be arrested. He went on to say, the ICC has issued a warrant for President Al-Bashir, and this requires signatory states to execute the warrant should he land on their soil. Not only that, our Parliament passed a law, and that law is extremely explicit about what would happen if a situation like this arises. Now, that law was the Implementation Act, and it was debated in this chamber on Tuesday, the 11th of June 2002. I remember it very clearly, unlike the Honourable Minister. On that occasion, Advocate Johnny DeLange said on behalf of the ANC the following. He said, if there is some person somewhere who thinks that he or she can commit genocide or war crimes and hide in this country, this legislation will not allow that. There's an obligation on our prosecuting authorities to prosecute such persons. And then he goes on to say, and if we do not do that, we will definitely collaborate with the International Court to bring such people to book. The then Minister of Justice, Penal Maduna, repeated this. He said, if indeed we choose not to prosecute them in our country, we will be required to surrender them to the ICC. Then the Honourable Landers, who has now been elevated to the position as Deputy Minister of International Relations, said in the same debate, I reiterate
for the perpetrators of genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes, the world has just become a small place and the number of safe havens has been drastically reduced. Well, under his watch, and presumably with his concurrence, the Deputy Minister made the world a bigger place for President Al-Bashir and provided a convenient safe haven for him to escape arrest. It's not as if President Al-Bashir arrived unexpectedly. On the 28th of May, the Registrar of the ICC reminded the South African Embassy in The Hague of our obligations to arrest Al-Bashir if he arrived here. On the 13th of June, the same day Al-Bashir arrived here, the Registrar was directed to formally inform the competent authorities in South Africa of their obligation. And yet the competent authorities sat on their hands like that Honourable Minister. But what is far worse is that that government did not merely cock its snook at the international obligations in defiance of Section 231(4) of the Constitution, it did so to our own courts. The Gauteng High Court handed down an order prohibiting President Al-Bashir from leaving the country. Yet he left, and all sorts of people apparently colluded to allow this. President Al-Bashir's jet was moved to Waterkloof Air Force Base and hidden in a hangar. Al-Bashir was apparently escorted there by a police protection scheme so that he could he could escape arrest, the very same policeman that should have arrested him. The ministers in the security cluster reportedly had a meeting to plan for this contingency. The Border Control Coordinating Committee was told in an SMS to give instructions to all border posts. There can be no doubt, Deputy Speaker, that our government colluded to defy the International Criminal Court and our courts. And in the process, Deputy Speaker, it has given South Africa the reputation as an unreliable country in the international community, a country that does not honor its international commitments. But perhaps worse than this, it has undermined the rule of the law and the Constitution by willfully ignoring a court order. Let me remind members of what the Supreme Court of Appeal said in a judgment handed down in March this year in the so-called Somali Association case. The judges said, it is most dangerous thing for a litigant, particularly a State Department and senior officials in its employ, to willfully ignore an order of court. It cannot be left to the litigants to themselves judge whether or not an order of court should be obeyed. No democracy can survive if court orders can be shunned and trampled on as happened here. That the state must obey the law is fundamental to any civilized society. We could not have expressed it better, and the government should hang its head in shame.
The Honourable Deputy Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, responsible for justice and constitutional development.
Deputy Speaker, as previous ANC speakers have said, an investigation is being conducted into the circumstances of President Bashir's departure, and an affidavit providing that the detail must be submitted to court by Thursday. I'm therefore not going to comment on any of the allegations made here or in the media on the circumstances of President Bashir's departure, but the Honourable Self and his colleagues in the DA and the Honourable Mngwango would know that government issued a statement denying any knowledge of a meeting that had taken place. In discussing this matter, we need to take into consideration the importance to South Africa of fulfilling our obligations to the International Criminal Court, but also the importance to us of the African Union and our relations with other states on the continent. We recognize our international obligations, but at the same time we have to be mindful of our obligations to the African Union and our interests in the region and the continent. South Africa was asked to host the AU summit, which was held a week ago. I wish that the honourable members would listen to the argument. They might learn something. South Africa was asked to host the AU summit that was held a week ago. This summit is attended by the heads of state and government of all AU member states. This includes Sudan. We believe that, in spite of the ICC arrest warrant, that President Bashir had immunity to attend an international summit as head of state. And that is different to his attendance in South Africa on the invitation of the South African government or for some other function. Our government's legal argument was along these lines, namely that President Al-Bashir, as a sitting head of state, has diplomatic immunity in terms of the Diplomatic Immunities and Privileges Act of 2001. He was attending the AU summit which took place in our country. And basically, if you look at the articles of the Rome Statute...
Order, honourable members.
If you look at the articles of the Rome Statute, the combined, one can argue that the combined effect of Article 27 and Article 98 is that a state party may not claim immunity for its own officials, but it must respect the immunity of the officials of a non-state party, which is Sudan. We do not yet have the High Court's reasons for their order, as these are only being handed down tomorrow. One is therefore not in a position here today to discuss the legal arguments in great detail. But it must also be added, another court could have come to a different decision, and that the opinion of an appeal, and that the option of an appeal is one we will consider. However, it would be premature and speculative to even open such a discussion. But let's look at other international cases involving immunity, cases which support the argument that sitting heads of state have immunity. The Pinochet case in Britain is one that's been referred to quite often. And please listen, and the House of Lords in Britain accepted that serving heads of state retain absolute immunities, the so-called ratione persona, that is, immunity on account of their official status, irrespective of the nature of the crime alleged, unless waived by the sending state. The Lordships, yes, denied immunity to Pinochet in his capacity as a former head of state. However, they made it clear that if he'd still been an acting head of state, this immunity in international law would have continued to subsist. One of the Lords in the Pinochet case said, Senator Pinochet is not a serving head of state. If he were, he could not be extradited. It would be an intolerable affront to the Republic of Chile to arrest or detain him. And in the decision of the Democratic of Congo versus Belgium, the International Court of Justice reaffirmed the same point. It's interesting to note that Nigeria, where President Al-Bashir visited in July 2013, also did not arrest him, and the ICC subsequently absolved Nigeria of liability for the failure of its security forces to arrest, as the pre-trial chamber of the ICC ruled that Nigeria has justifiable reasons for its failure to arrest President Al-Bashir. Nigeria submitted that it did not invite President Al-Bashir to undertake a visit. They argued that the Sudanese president appeared in Nigeria to attend the special summit of the African Union on HIV and AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria, which took place in Abuja. South Africa, correctly, has been a vocal proponent of the establishment of the International Criminal Court. We believe, as we still do, that an independent and objective instrument was needed to bring an end to the heinous crimes against humanity and the violation of human rights, which were then very prevalent on the continent and in the world as a whole. We believe, as we still do, that those who committed such crimes must be prosecuted and punished by an impartial body empowered by international cooperation to defend the universal values of justice. The matter relating to President Al-Bashir, therefore, is of a major concern, and we view the allegations leveled against him in a serious light. However, the ICC is not the court we signed up for. It has diverted from its mandate and allowed itself to be influenced by powerful non-member states. We signed up for a court that was going to hold human beings accountable for their war crimes, regardless of where they were from. We perceive it as tending to act as a proxy instrument for these states who see no need to subject themselves to its discipline, to persecute African leaders and effect regime change on the continent. It is being used as a court against Africa, deliberately oblivious to the fact that African countries themselves were vocal in their support for the necessity of such a mechanism with, for example, Senegal being the first country to ratify the Rome Statute. So let's look at the ICC. 36 people have been indicted by the ICC since 2005. All of them are from Africa. And the record of these cases is not good, with only 2 people found guilty and charges against 8 being dismissed or withdrawn or them being found not guilty. Responding to criticism that its focus is too narrow, the ICC has since launched preliminary examinations in a number of countries such as Afghanistan, Georgia, Guinea, Colombia, Honduras, and Korea. But even these matters are not without controversy, as some will argue that the non-African cases are going nowhere. For example, the Georgian investigation started in 2008 and the Afghanistan investigation in 2007, and what results have they shown, if any? The court's jurisdiction is affected by the non-participation or non-cooperation of many countries, most notably the United States, which dropped out in May 2002 after initially signing up at the last minute. The US government has consistently opposed an international court that could hold US military and political leaders to uniform global standard of justice. In addition, the US has asked many countries not to agree or transfer US nationals to the ICC in order to gain immunity for its citizens, and have threatened as leverage termination of economic aid, withdrawal of military assistance, and other measures if countries wouldn't agree to bilateral agreements. Both the US and Israel objected when Palestine joined the ANC. And when the Palestinian leaders applied, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said they'd chosen the path of confrontation. The US State Department said it didn't believe that Palestine is a sovereign state and therefore didn't qualify to join. They also said that they advised Palestine and Israel to rather resolve their differences through direct negotiation. And they've threatened to cut off funding to the Palestinian Authority if they take Israelis to the ICC. The fact remains that Africa has been the focus of a court which is based in Europe. Given the continent's history of colonialism, this problem is obvious. The African Union, which represents the continent's governments, has campaigned heavily, contending that no sitting head of state should be prosecuted. There's much criticism that the ICC is manipulated by the West. What Africa is saying is that the ICC, as it is constituted, should no longer have jurisdiction over Africa. All member states need to be signatory for there to be universal justice. Otherwise, we should rely on an African Court of Justice and human rights. And we're concerned about the manipulation of the ICC by European powers. And let's take the example of the former president of Côte d'Ivoire, Laurent Gbagbo. Independent media's foreign editor, Shannon Ibrahim, argues that France has a vested interest in ensuring that the leaders of the Ivory Coast and other French-speaking countries toe the line in terms of their economic policies. They must not suggest launching their own currency, because that would be the end of the franc in West Africa. And the greatest threat to this goal was the emergence of Laurent Gbagbo, who won the elections in 2000 and wanted to break away from the former colonial powers' economic stranglehold. To pressurize Gbagbo, France closed the doors of the French banks operating in the country, which controlled more than 50% of the banking sector, making it impossible for Gbagbo to pay salaries. The ICC then became the vehicle through which to neutralize Gbagbo. The French Justice Minister went to The Hague in 2011 to ask that Gbagbo be transferred to the ICC, where he was held for 15 months without charge. The ICC, which is primarily funded by France, Germany, and the EU, used the 15 months to try and collect evidence against Gbagbo. But in June 2013, the decision of the pre-trial chamber was that there was not enough evidence to send Gbagbo to trial. Instead of releasing him, the ICC set out for another 7 months trying to find evidence against him. Gbagbo was denied bail 9 times. He's supposed to be tried this year, but the trial date keeps getting postponed, and it is now in November. The reason, argues Ibrahim, is to keep him remanded until elections have taken place in the Ivory Coast in October. Some, particularly on the DA side of the House, will say that Africa is not willing nor capable of trying persons accused of war crimes. This is not true. Former President of Chad, Hissène Habré, will be tried for crimes against humanity by a Senegalese court next month. The trial is expected to start on the 20th of July. For the first time in history, a former head of an African state will stand trial in Africa before an internationalized tribunal, the Extraordinary African Chambers in Senegalese courts. And remember, Senegal was the first country to ratify the Rome Statute. The Extraordinary African Court Chamber is an ad hoc court which is set up by the African Union under the principle of universal jurisdiction. Now, Deputy Speaker, without making any comment on the circumstances of President Bashir's departure, what would have happened? Because it is still before the courts, you idiot. I withdraw that.
Point of order.
I withdraw that.
No. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. The honourable member can't just make a statement that is derogatory to another member and then just simply say, I withdraw. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, you cannot have a member in this House calling another member an idiot. It's no wonder this man's only a deputy minister.
Go ahead, honourable member, and do the right thing. You know what to do.
Chair, I've withdrawn. I'm sorry the DA have heckled me throughout the whole speech, so I should have restrained myself.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members, order. You can't be screaming like that, honourable members. There is no justification for screaming in the House. There is no justification for screaming in the House. Go ahead.
Without making any comments on the circumstances of President Bashir's departure, what would have happened if South Africa had arrested him? What would the response have been from the African Union? What would our standing have been regarding other countries in the region?